Sup, players? Good morning. Good morning. Hello, hello. Happy Taco Tuesday. It is Tuesday. Let me put my microphone a little bit closer to me so y'all can hear me. It is Tuesday, May 20th, and it is day 1 million. Let's see, day 19. It's day 19, right? Yep, day 19. It is day 19 of Karen Reed's second trial, and it is Taco Tuesday. Thank you. I do sound better today. I laid in bed after I finished the recap yesterday. I laid in bed pretty much the entire rest of the night until about maybe 30 minutes ago. I did get up one time and took Lucy for a walk, and I walked to the little pizza place right in front of like where I live, whatever, because that's where my kid works. So me and Lucy walked up there to see him, say hi to him, and then I came right back and got back in the bed. So I stayed in the bed pretty much all day yesterday, but man, I needed it. I am staying at the beach this week. The plan was to go home, to go back to the house Sunday, but it just didn't happen. I wasn't feeling well and didn't really want to drive. And so plus, since we're getting a half day on Thursday and then we're out of court Friday and Monday, we're going to have a long weekend. So I told Chat Daddy, I was like, well, we're getting a long weekend anyway. I want to be at the beach. So I'm just staying here this week, and he's going to come in a couple days. So we'll actually have a long weekend at the beach before going back home. So that'll be nice. Plus, that way I can ride back with him. I don't have to drive. I don't like driving. I was meant to be a passenger princess. Did Lucy get a piece of pizza crust? Lucy, look, that child's spoiled. She doesn't want the crust. She wants all the goodies from the pizza. I have to eat the crust, and she gets all the good stuff. That's the way it works in this house. That's the way it works. Good morning, Justice Spiders. How's your son's friend doing? I haven't gotten a recent update from him. I don't know if he's out of the hospital yet. I'll have to ask him. He's stable, but I don't know if he's out of the hospital yet. I'll have to ask. They're kind of waiting to see. But so far, so good. Does he bring the whole zoo crew with him? No, the condo's too small for the whole zoo crew. So when he comes, we have usually my stepdaughter's there at the house, and then his mom will come to the house because she doesn't live far away. So she'll come, and the animals love her. Zoo crew love her. She's amazing. So they get there. And she'll always like bring them toys and stuff. And y'all know how Tinsley loves her toys. Sup, players? I am feeling a lot better today. I still, like you can tell, I'm still a little scratchy, but it is a lot better. I felt so bad because yesterday when I was doing the recap, I was like trying to... my voice sounds so terrible, and I'm trying to make it not sound so bad. Hello, 80s music man. Hello, Emily. Oh, let me get the I've got our I've got our live pulled up and ready for Sup, bachelor's degree in the house. Everybody tell me what, like, if you could fake one credential, what would it be? If you all had to fake one credential, what for your resume, what would it be? Like, what about something that like you kind of have? Like, okay, I'm basically a spy. Oh, and I've watched enough trials, so I'm basically a ballistics expert. So I would put that on my resume. I think that's fair. FBI agent. That's a good one. Yeah. Pilot's license. Private detective. I think a lot of us we could like semi-accurately put that on our resumes. Michelin star chef. That's a good one. Making them ramen noodles. I'm a mom, so I'm a pediatrician. That's true. That's true. PI. I'm basically an attorney. Don't I have a shirt that says that? I'm pretty sure that was one of the shirts on the merch. I haven't looked at the merch site in so long, but I'm pretty sure that's one of them is the basically an attorney, pretty much an attorney. I do have one that says ballistics expert. I add medical school, WebMD, same thing. Same thing. I think I'm going to apply it after. Yeah. Oh, y'all, that was a find outology expert. It's a good one. I specialize in find outology. I have enough opinions when I watch trials, so I'm basically a judge. Pretty much. Stress expert. I'm a human lie detector, but that's not a thing. That kind of is a thing, though, right? Because what's that show where the guy's like the human lie detector? That's like what show is that? Y'all will know. Anything. Look, you know what I love about y'all? So many things, but one of the things that I love about y'all is that when I can't remember something, I can't remember the details of something, y'all remember. And I love that about y'all. Forensic profiler, that's a good one. Did I miss anything good yesterday and Friday? Girl. Yes. The answer to your question is yes. You did. You missed some secondhand embarrassment. There's a recap. I put a recap out for yesterday. Watch the recap. It'll tell you what happened. Ooh. Yes. Can I be a mind reader? Yes. What am I thinking right now? I'll tell you if you're right or not. And then if you're right, then we'll qualify you officially. Will Brennan's lie about this last witness ever be brought out? The fact that he lied to the judge and all? No. Because the way that it works at this court is that if the defense sneezes wrong, she has grave concerns. But if you're Brennan, you can do whatever you want and it's fine. Everything's fine. You want chicken rollers. That's a good one. That's a very good one. I always want chicken rollers. Chicken rollers are always the answer. So I can't get over the 17 years. See, working that student discount. He is working that student discount. So is it true any case Shanon has worked on can be reopened? No, not necessarily. Because the thing is, if he lied to any of the courts where he put, his credentials on his CV, if he lied to any of the courts, then that could be an issue. But it's this being brought up during this trial is not enough to reopen other cases. Being a mom, you become a great detective. That is true. Yeah. Did you see all the videos of Bev signaling to Brennan to object? And then she smirks. I saw that. Oh, hey, Chat Daddy. You're pretty much Special Forces. That's true. I am married to a Special Forces man, and I'm basically like grandfathered in. That's not how that works, but I'm basically Special Forces. Actually, but y'all, okay, so Chat Daddy is Chat Daddy's Special Forces. You know, he was like a spy and stuff, and he tells me all the time I'd have made a good spy. I'm like, I know, I agree with that. I think so too. Here we go.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
We got to see him do it this morning.
Good morning, counsel.
That made my day.
Good morning, jurors.
We never get to see him do it.
Those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
I loved that.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Here we have Mr. Burgess, please.
Okay, first of all, Chat Daddy, don't be putting our marital problems in the chat. We did not drive 50 miles out of the way to get buffalo chicken rollers. It was like 6 miles out of the way to get buffalo chicken rollers. And look, I am in a much better mood on road trips if I have buffalo chicken rollers.
You're still under oath. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It was not 50 miles out of the way. All right, here we go.
See whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Burgess.
Morning.
On your direct examination yesterday, your experience was brought up in questions, correct?
Correct.
On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Incorrect.
There was no discussion in your direct examination about having certifications in Celebrite and Magnet Forensic Axiom. Did I mishear?
No, if I misheard your question, it was.
I asked about certifications. I'll repeat it, sir,
Sure.
in case I misspoke. On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Yes, correct.
However, on your direct examination, no questions were asked of you at all about your supposed education, correct?
Correct.
And you did not bring up your educational background at all on
Correct.
direct examination, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize accuracy, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize reliability, correct?
Correct.
Both are important.
Correct.
It's criminal proceeding we're in, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, accuracy and reliability are especially important in a criminal case as opposed to a civil case, correct?
I think they would be equally important in both, but yes,
But they're certainly important in a criminal case.
correct.
And accuracy and reliability are especially important when seconds and minutes matter, as they matter and as you testify to in this case, correct?
Correct.
You testified yesterday that the events on the timeline contained in your PowerPoint presentation that was displayed yesterday and presented to the jury were accurate your words several times, down to the second, correct?
Correct. For the Lexus, yes.
For the Lexus.
Yes.
You said they were accurate down to the second, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your PowerPoint presentation that you discussed extensively before the jury yesterday. Mr. Wool, could we please bring up slide 32 of the presentation Mr. Burgess discussed with the jury yesterday? And Your Honor, with your permission to publish.
Okay,
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, pick your screen.
Sure.
Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's Lexus vehicle traveling to 34 Fairview Road and the O'Keefe residence?
Yes.
According to your timeline, Miss Reed's vehicle powered on at 12:36 a.m. on January 30th, correct?
Correct.
Now, is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
For the power on and off events, yes.
Yes. Could we go to slide 33, please, Mr. Wool? And we're going to go through a handful of slides,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess, to just give you a heads up. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed leaving the O'Keefe's residence at 5:07 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
And according to your timeline, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle at 5:07:46 a.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
If we could go, Mr. Woog, to slide 34, please. And these are all your slides, correct, sir?
Correct. They
You
are.
prepared them?
Yes.
Is slide 34 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed traveling to the Dighton residence at 12:25:01 a.m.? I'm sorry, 12:25:01 p.m.
12:35:01. Correct.
I'm sorry. Thank
Yes.
you. 12:35. And according to your analysis, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle to travel to Dighton at 12:35:01 p.m. on January 30th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes.
Slide 35, please, Mr. Woog. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's vehicle being towed by the Massachusetts police vendor from her parents' residence in Dighton?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to your timeline that you created here, Miss Reed's vehicle was powered on at 4:11 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, and towed to the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, this timestamp is.
Slide 36, please, Mr. Wood. Is slide 36 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's vehicle arriving at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to the timeline you created, Miss Reed's vehicle powered off at 5:36:42 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Objection. Objection.
I'll let you have this.
Okay.
Is your analysis is your analysis on slide 36 accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
According to the Lexus.
Yes.
In point of fact, Mr. Burgess, none of the 5 timelines that we just reviewed from your presentation are accurate at all, and certainly not down to the second. Am I right or am I wrong?
You are wrong.
Are you aware, and if we could go back to the first slide, which is slide 32, and we'll look at each of them quickly.
He said you wrong.
Are you aware that all of the relevant events in the timeline you described in your presentation in these slides actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, not January 30th, 2022? Do you know that?
Oh boy.
This is January 30th, 2022.
That's what you-
January 29th, correct.
It's January 29th, 2022. And in terms of January 30th, I want to go back and make sure it's very, very clear. In your presentation, they actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, correct?
The night of the incident, yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, he has on the timeline. That timeline part on the bottom, he has January 29th on the side, and then he has like 6 p.m. or whatever, then midnight.
Mr. Burgess, once that timeline crosses into midnight, it's January 30th, not January 29th, correct?
Correct. Yes, it is January 30th. Yes.
So in actuality, these 5 timelines, as you testified to them yesterday, are not accurate down to the second, correct? Because you got the wrong date.
Well, parlance, yes, but yes, they are still accurate to the second.
But the date, these 5 timelines, let's pursue this. These 5 timelines are exactly 24 hours off from the time where the event actually occurred, correct?
No. So these events occurred on January 30th. If I misspoke and said the 29th, yes.
No.
Okay. You understand my point?
Yes, I do.
The core basis of your job, your role in this case, is to reconcile time discrepancies, as you say, down to the second, correct?
Correct.
But your discussion of the timeline on each of these slides, on each of these key events, is incorrect, correct?
No, it's not incorrect.
So your discussion of the applicable date, you're saying, as you described it yesterday and interpreted this timeline, was correct? Is that what you're saying now?
This timeline is correct.
But
Yes.
my question is your discussion of it yesterday.
If I misspoke and said the 29th, then yes, I misspoke on that. Yes.
And that was your testimony yesterday, what you spoke about.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Let's turn to a different topic.
Oh boy.
Lights up, if we could, and thank you for taking that down, Mr. Wolf. Your, actually, to mitigate the inconsistencies that you analyzed yesterday between independent clocks, am I correct that your position is that forensic methodology recommends cross-referencing timestamps from multiple sources to identify discrepancies and, when possible, leveraging time anchors, events that contain both a system, timestamp, and an external physical event to identify and correct timing discrepancies. Do I have that right?
Yes, you did.
Yesterday, we talked about the scientific method. You recall that, sir?
I do.
And how it's designed to prevent bias from infecting the analysis. You recall that as well?
Yes, I do.
And yesterday, you agreed that experts should never selectively gather and interpret evidence to confirm a pre-existing belief while neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs, correct?
Correct.
And doing that is called confirmation bias, which you said you understood yesterday, right?
That is correct.
That would be improper to do that, correct?
Yes.
It would raise the specter, if not the reality, of unreliability if that occurred, correct?
It could, yes.
And it could also lead into errors in forensic analyses, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your January 30th report, sir.
Okay.
And this is your first report, your second report being the May 8th report. In your January 30th report, you did not issue any opinion or conclusion with regard to the timing of what you call the text stream event 1162-2 in your January 30th report, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't even mention either the phrase text stream event or the phrase 1162-2 in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not.
But in that January 30, 2025 report, you did evaluate the variance between the Lexus infotainment system on the one hand and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data on the other, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in that report, the January 30th report, you compared the call logs on Miss Reed's Lexus infotainment system with the call logs on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone in order to evaluate whether there was a variance, correct?
Correct.
And do I have it correct in your report that it's the position that the timestamp call log data, specifically the recorded calls between Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, along with the infotainment power event logs, were analyzed for what you called clock skew by cross-referencing them against other independent data sources, right?
No, so that would have been comparing the timestamps from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone with the timestamps from the defendant's Lexus.
Right.
Correct. Yes.
Yes. Right. To Miss Reed's Lexus.
Correct.
And a forensic comparison of these data sets was aimed to identify timestamp discrepancies, correct?
Correct.
To identify potential clock skew, correct?
Correct.
And potential clock drift that could impact event reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
All this stated in your January 30th report, right?
Correct.
He's got to ease up on that microphone. I love you, Alessi. Ease up on the microphone. I felt really bad for him yesterday. I did feel really bad for him yesterday, but also there's so many chances that you have to correct that.
Your Honor, may I have this marked as the next exhibit in order for identification?
Yes.
Sure.
Exhibit BBB for ID.
Make a poll for today's safe word. Yeah, let's pick a safe word. All right, I'm going to end this poll.
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am presenting to you what has been marked as Exhibit BBB for identification. I'd ask you to take a look at it, sir, and then pick your head up when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at it.
Okay, sure.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What do you recognize that document to be, sir?
Sure. So this is a graph that I put together that is comparing timestamps, call timestamps from the infotainment module with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And is that Exhibit BBB for identification in your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
And did you create that chart that is depicted in Exhibit BBB for identification?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the information that you discussed in page 33 of your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
I offer Exhibit BBB for identification into evidence, Your Honor.
If we can introduce the whole report to put it in
Why don't I
context.
see you at sidelines to look for?
Sidebar. All right, there's a poll up to see what our safe word is to put us into pocket state when things get rough today. So there's that. Look at Matt's face. He cracks me up. It says Alessi needed. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Let me see if there's any juror reactions. The jurors looked surprised when Alessi said that the timelines were wrong. Let's see what else I can find. That's the only really real jury update I see right now. Oh, did I tell y'all that Groupon got into the y'all? Okay, so yesterday, hold on, I got to show you. It's just not as funny unless I show you. Yesterday, when all of this was going on, I posted on Twitter. I said, where is it? Here it is. I said, Aperture is about to start offering some Groupon specials after this. Y'all, Groupon like responded and said, like with the Nene leaks, like a Nene leaks. Hold on, let me find it. Hold on, let me pause this for 1 second. Look at this. Okay, so I said Aperture is about to start offering some Groupon specials after this. And look, they responded with the Nene Leaks thing that said, now why am I in it? I thought that was hilarious. I was like, not Groupon.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I offer Exhibit BBB into evidence.
Okay.
Exhibit 189.
Thank you.
Like, whoever's running Groupon social media account needs a raise.
They represented to the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am represented to you what is now Exhibit 189 in evidence ask you to, once again, take a look at it. And if you need further time, please take it, sir, and then pick up your head when you've had a fair opportunity to look at that document.
Okay.
Despite claiming the purpose in your January 30 report of, quote, identifying timestamp discrepancies, potential clock skew, and clock drift, you did not compare the time of the 3-point turn between the infotainment system in the Lexus SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, did you?
Not at that time, no.
Instead, you identified the potential variance by analyzing various calls on the infotainment system of the Lexus versus Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
This data in that exhibit captures a precise moment in time that is easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct, it does.
Mr. Wolk, Your Honor, may Mr. Wolk please publish this exhibit?
Okay.
Okay, our poll is over. A safe word for today is robust.
So this data, just to reestablish, captures a precise moment in time that's easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct.
Now, according to your own table, there are potential offsets of, reading in the far right-hand column, 2 seconds, 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 second, 8 seconds, 16 seconds, and 21 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And yet, you failed to apply this variance to the infotainment time on the Lexus associated with the text stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct. May I explain?
I will proceed along. I'm sure if Mr. Brennan has questions and wants you to explain, he may choose to do that. This is simple arithmetic, is it not? It's either an addition or a subtraction, the offset, correct?
Correct.
And yet, in your initial report on January 30th, 2025, you did not take that final analytical step, did you?
No, because these clock variances do not apply to that time frame.
But you didn't take, you know what analytical step I'm talking about, correct?
No, I don't. I don't
All right.
believe so.
We'll come back to it. I want to go focus on your opinion. What you did do, as I understand it, in your January 30th report. So in your opinion, we can leave that up for a moment, please, because I want to see if we need to show the contrast. With your Honor's permission, can we leave it up just a little bit longer?
Yes.
Thank you. In opinion number 5, and please feel free to look at your January 30th report,
Sure.
You indicated only this. The difference between the Lexus infotainment and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone ranged between 8 seconds and 16 to 21 seconds during the period between 5:21:36 a.m. and 5:30:31 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Do I have that correct?
Yes, between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m.
Yes. Now what I'd like to do is, and we can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wope. Let's talk about what information you learned after you issued your January 30, 2025 report. or at the time of that report. You received and reviewed a copy of a portion of your colleague's slide presentation and report at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
From a presentation by Mr. DeSogra. Yes.
Well,
Correct.
I understand you want to add Mr. DeSogra. My question
Objection.
is,
Sustained.
okay, yes, Your Honor, thank you. I'm focusing on what would you like to call it? Do you call it a slide presentation you prefer, Dr. Welcher?
Sure. We can.
I want
we can
to
call
use
it-
whatever parlance you're comfortable with.
Yeah, slides fine. Yeah.
Slide. So the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher that he submitted the same day you submitted your report on January 30, 2025. And in that, he analyzed the timing of the 1162 to what he calls an infotainment event, you call a text stream event, correct?
Well, could I see the slide we're talking about to clarify?
Absolutely. Could we publish what is in evidence of what is 188?
Okay,
And I'm also, sir, may I approach, please?
yes.
At your request, I want to give you
Sure.
that, if we have 188, we'll just give them the actual marked exhibit. You know what we'll do? We'll use the slide. If you need an exhibit, we'll pull the exhibit and move it along. Please publish, Mr. Woke. Now, if we could enlarge the text, we don't need the map, so
Oops.
make that as large as you can, please, Mr. Wolf, in the relevant portions. All righty. You're aware that according to Dr. Welcher's analysis, as depicted in this slide in evidence, the 1162-2, what he calls an infotainment trigger that you call a text stream event, right?
Correct.
The 1162-2 text stream event occurred at 12:31:38 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And that's when it began, right?
That's when the trigger threshold was met. Yes.
That's when the trigger threshold was met.
correct.
You we can take that down now, Mr. Woke. You also testified yesterday that you reviewed Mr. Whiffen, Mr. Ian Whiffen's January report, which established a timeline of the last interactive events on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, could we please publish Exhibit 39, which is in evidence?
Okay.
And if we could go to slide 82 and have 83 available, if we can enlarge the applicable sections. And what I'm going to ask you, Mr. Burgess, is to see whether these events are consistent with your memory of what the applicable events are. Do you see the column biometric device unlock with Face ID event at 12:32:04 a.m.?
Yes.
Now that's after the 12:31:38 a.m. 11:62:2 text stream event that's in Mr. Welcher's slide, correct, that we just saw?
Correct. The unadjusted Lexus clock. Yes. Timestamp. Yes.
So, but I'm going to repeat the question. The 12:32:04 a.m. device unlock with Face ID event is after the 12:31:38 and 12:31:43, 11:62:2 text stream event that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you see the lock event which occurred at 12:32:09?
Yes, I do.
That is also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event, correct?
Yes, the unadjusted time.
That 12:32:09 a.m. lock event is after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 range that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct. From the Lexus clock.
So if we could go back, and we're going to toggle back with your honor's permission between these two slides for the next couple questions. If we can go back to and enlarge Dr. Welcher's slide. That 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 time period is what your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, chose and his slide analysis as the last user interaction, according to him, on John O'Keefe's phone, correct? That's what he chose.
Yes, the 12:32:09. Yes.
Now, if we could go back to and zero in, please. Now, but even Mr. Whiffin's report establishes additional activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the event chosen by Dr. Welcher, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, Mr. Whiffin identifies a quote lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62:2 text stream event identified by Dr. Welcher at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct. Using the unadjusted clock.
I would like, does Dr. Welcher at all use the words unadjusted clock in his slide, sir?
No, he does not.
Okay, what I'd like to do is ask you a question about whether, in fact, Mr. Whiffin identifies a lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62:2 text stream event at 12:31:38 to 12:43, as stated in your colleague's report, Dr. Welcher, the slide presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether a lock event on an iPhone requires human interaction?
Typically, yes, it would.
Is it just typically, or does it?
Well, it does. And in this case specifically, I believe it was via the lock button.
Correct. But this specific instance, the lock, it requires somebody, a human being, to actually press a button on the side, correct?
Unless it's auto locking, yes, it requires a button press, yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe had an auto locking function on it, sir?
No, as I said, he used the lock button.
Right. If we can enlarge that, do you see the end of health event 36 steps that we talked yesterday that was covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you see that occurring at 12:32:16 a.m.?
I don't believe we talked about that yesterday, but yes, I do
Do
see
you
that.
see it?
I do. Yes.
And that's also after the 12/31/38 to 12/31/43 text stream event identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Now, finally, do you see the entry pocket state detected at 12:33:14 a.m.? You see that, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what a pocket state is, sir?
I do know what a pocket state is.
Do you know when the pocket states occurred on the iPhone of John O'Keefe pursuant to your analysis of his phone?
I do not.
You didn't analyze pocket state detections on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not personally.
Do you believe pocket state detected data? Well, let me just go back and confirm. So you didn't analyze with any source pocket state detection information with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's go back and summarize for each of the ones you did look at and analyze that you just testified. Every single one of those that we just discussed, those user interaction events, occurred after Dr. Welcher claims a collision occurred as represented in a text stream event of 11:62:2 at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you understand? Let's, if we can go back, please, to Dr. Welcher's slide. Highlight the text again, please, Mr. Wolf. Do you understand that Dr. Welcher is correlating the infotainment trigger 11:62:2 with an alleged collision? Do you understand that?
Objection.
Let's come to sidebar, please.
Sidebar. Hold on, I gotta turn my air down. Don't mind me. Okay, so let's see what they're saying about people inside the courtroom. Inside courtroom. Sue O'Connell said, "You may not see this, but Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan usually stands up well before the question he wants to object to is completed." He is not in pocket state. Oh boy. Let's see what else is going on. Several jurors are writing in their notebooks during the sidebar. It says that they're paying close attention. Let's see what else. That's the only one I really see. Everything else, there's a couple things about writing in notebooks, taking notes, and paying attention, but that's really all the jury updates I see. I'm trying to like look through all the different ones to see what I can find for y'all. So we can't watch the ex parte communication when they don't show Bev. I know. I need like a whole camera crew instead of like this whole one camera, situation. I need like, we need to send like the Real Housewives production team in there. Like I need close-ups of like Hank Brennan's, because I feel like, you know how she does that, like Brennan, I just call Brennan a she, whatever. You know how Brennan does that that snarl thing. I need close-ups of that because I just feel like there's veins bulging on his head, and I would like to have screenshots of that for my spreadsheet. That's all I'm saying. If we could have, if we could have, like, look, you send the Real Housewives production and camera crews in there. You send a team of Bravo folks in there, and we would have the best camera angles. The best. But they don't ask me. They don't ask me. Well, Proctor testified. The prosecution is not going to call him. But yes, get Miss Patricia. And Miss Patricia would be, oh, could you imagine Miss Patricia in there? I would love to see Miss Patricia telling Hank, like just giving Hank Brennan the what for. I would love that. I would love that. Yeah, that would be great. That would be great. She would get to the bottom of it. And look, Miss Patricia, she nosy. She is nosy. Give her a martini and a caftan, and she's going to find out everything that she needs to know about anything. Miss Patricia is on it, doggone it. Oh, I would love to see her questioning them. That would be amazing. What reality star would you like to see up here questioning these witnesses?
You can put it back up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Miss Patricia is from Southern Charm.
If we could go now, Mr. Woke, back to the slide from Dr. Welcher's slide presentation. And if you could re-enlarge the applicable section that we've had up before. Thanks for your patience,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess. You have reviewed this slide and this specific data in this slide previously, correct?
Correct.
And I just want to, Mr. Woke, just go back to the slide so we're clear on what this is. So this slide here is what you're speaking about, right?
Correct.
And you've reviewed this slide prior to your testimony in this court, correct?
Correct.
And you considered this slide as part of your analyses that you have performed and testified about, correct?
Yes, I have.
So now, Mr. Burgess, I'd like to ask you a question. Every single one of the user interaction events that we talked about, steps, lock, etc., occurred after Dr. Welcher's, what he calls an infotainment event, which you call a text stream event, in the range of 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
I would agree that Yes.
So
with,
the answer is yes?
with the caveat.
I'm sorry, I didn't know
Sorry.
you hadn't finished.
Sure.
Please finish your answer.
Yes, with the caveat that user interaction only applies to the device lock, steps, and the pocket state are not duplicative of user interaction per se.
Let's just assume that is the case. Let's then just focus on what you consider to be a user interaction, which is device lock, correct?
Correct.
And the device lock event that you agree is a user interaction. We could go back to that just so we have clarity. The lock event that you agree is a user interaction occurred at 12:32:09, according to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
In that 12:32:09 time period, we could go back to Dr. Welcher, it is after the end of the text stream event dubbed as 11:62:2, correct?
Correct. According to
And that's
sorry.
26 seconds. I didn't finish my question. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So go ahead, finish your question. Don't answer, Mr. Burgess, until the complete question.
In that event lock, even according to Dr. Welcher's own words in his own slide, occurs 20 seconds after the end of the text stream event 11:62:2, correct?
of the unadjusted clock, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, do you want the lights on, Mr. Alessi?
I'm gonna keep that up.
Turn off the lights.
And so to repeat to alter it, hopefully make it a little clearer. So according to Dr. Welcher, the licensed engineers, your colleague at Aperture, his slide that he has here, the last O'Keefe cell phone event, the lock, occurred within approximately 26 seconds after the end of the text stream event dubbed 11:62:2. That's what's stated there, correct?
Correct. According to the unadjusted clock.
You keep adding according to the unadjusted clock, but do the words according to the unadjusted clock appear anywhere in that slide, sir?
No,
No.
they do not.
We can take that down and with the court's permission, turn the lights back on, please.
Here's why this is important, because he's going. I'm just choking on live TV. He's going over all of this and he's saying, here's all of these times. All of this, none of this says anything about an unadjusted clock. None of this says anything about, oh, well, here's the clock, but there's another clock that's going to be different. None of that says anything about any of this. There is no qualifier on any of this information, which is why now all of a sudden he's come in with this report that has this qualifier. It's like, oh yeah, well, okay, our time doesn't line up, but here's why it doesn't line up. Here, now we have this new report with this new reason and this new everything. So Alessi's making the point that all of the information that y'all have to give to the jury says one thing. You coming up here now after May 8th and saying, oh, well, it's this variance, it's this, it's that, whatever. All of that is brand new. So Alessi's making the point that this is what you came with. You've had this long to get everything together. This is what you came with. This is what you're presenting. And now you're wanting to try to say, these caveats or whatever, because now that none of it works.
Yesterday, you stated that you reviewed a presentation by another expert, Mr. DeSogra, who reviewed the findings of your January 30th report. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
In fact, in your May 8, 2025 report, your second report, your first being the January 30th report, you only cite 2 new sources of data that you reviewed before making your conclusions, correct?
Correct.
We have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Does Will have a cane? Is he holding a cane? Why does Will have a cane? Is that a cane? What's wrong with him? Will is the glare. He's sitting in the... Why does he have a cane? What's wrong with him? He broke his knee. How'd he break his knee? He broke his knee. Ouch. Who's Will is the glarer. He was the one sitting on the very end, jumping over a fence because he got locked out. He should have made up a better story. He should have made up a better story. I'm about to text him and tell him he should have made up a better story. Chat just told me you broke your knee by jumping a fence because you were locked out. Me and chat are going to come up with a better story for you to tell people. We will let you know what we decide. Okay. We'll come up with a better story. God, I bet that hurts. The knee, I bet that hurts. Pirouetting over a fence. Slipped on a moving clock. Thrown from a horse. His knee is in pocket state now.
May I proceed, Your Honor, and approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Excuse me, Mr. Burgess.
Sure.
I'm going to present to you 2 documents, each of which is marked for identification. The first is Exhibit CCC for identification. That is one slide out of what is marked as Exhibit DDD for identification. And Exhibit CCC is one page out of Exhibit DDD for identification. And I'd ask you, sir, to take a look at those documents and reference either one. And please let me know, sir, when you've had a fair opportunity to review those documents so I can proceed with questions about them.
Sure. Okay.
Sir, can you please read the exhibit designation on the entire slide presentation?
On DDD.
Pardon me?
On exhibit DDD.
And that's triple D as in David.
Correct.
So in exhibit DDD, is that the March 5, 2005 PowerPoint presentation of Mr. DeSogra that you spoke about extensively yesterday?
Yes, it is.
And sir, before you came to court yesterday, did you review and consider the exhibit DDD for identification?
Yes, I did.
And as a matter of fact, you spent considerable time with regard to exhibit DDD before you came to court yesterday.
Correct.
And in addition, isn't it the case that your testimony yesterday is that exhibit DDD, the March 5, 2025 slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, was part of the reason why you created your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer exhibit exhibit CCC into evidence and do not offer exhibit DDD at this time.
Okay, the witness just spoke of DDD, so why don't you have him just say what CCC is before we put it in?
I will do so, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Burgess, is exhibit CCC a slide page out of exhibit DDD?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now it'll,
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now offer exhibit CCC for identification into evidence.
yes.
Thank you. And I also hand back to Madam Court Reporter exhibit DDD for identification.
Exhibit 190.
And sir, do you have before you read the three letters, please, just so we're on the same page in that exhibit?
Jim, we need the
That
other
the one that's in
Thank you.
the one page?
Yes. Exhibit 190.
And that's the entitled All Possible Combinations?
Yes, it is.
So we'll refer to that as exhibit 190, okay?
Okay.
Have you had a fair opportunity to refresh yourself on that one-page chart?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I please publish exhibit 190?
Yes.
And if we could enlarge it without, I think, Mr. Wolk, we can obscure for the moment the all positive on the right and come back to that as needed. Thank you. Now, Mr. DeSogra, who is an expert for the defense, took the data points you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis that I was referring to in previous slides, correct?
The microphone.
Correct. For a lot of data points that do not apply for the time of the accident.
I understand you may have a view as to whether they apply or not. I'm just trying to understand
Objection.
what you understood he did.
Again,
I'll repeat. Yeah, yes,
so
Your
we'll
Honor.
strike the comment part and just a
I'll
question,
repeat and
please.
just go to the question. So you understand that Mr. DeSogra took the data points that you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis, correct?
In my report, in addition to Dr. Welcher's.
Right. In addition to Dr.
Correct.
Now, what I want to do is just elucidate the columns and their meaning. So the column on the right equals the number of seconds, and it's the far right, the number of seconds between the end of the 11:62:2 text stream event that in the slide of Dr. Welcher is ending at 12:31:43, and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone that's occurred at 12:32:09, correct?
Correct.
And that's your understanding of that column as well.
Correct.
Now, even taking your colleague Dr. Welcher's assumption that the last user interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred at 12:32:09 a.m. on January 29, 2022, is Mr. DeSogra demonstrating in this chart that by using the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30 report, there are no circumstances where the trigger event of 11:62:2 occurs before the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
After.
Sustained. There's one part of your question that needs to
Okay.
be omitted.
In terms of this chart, do you agree that the methodology and application of it of Mr. DeSogra is that Mr. DeSogra took the last user interaction data point of Dr. Welcher in his slide of 12:32:09 and applied the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30th report? Do you agree that that's what Mr. DeSogra did?
No, I do not.
What do you believe Mr. DeSogra did here?
Well, so the math is correct. So when he's trying to adjust clock variances between the two devices, that math is correct, but he's applying incorrect adjustments.
I understand, but what I'm trying to get at is just what you understood Mr. DeSogra did in this chart.
Correct. I did understand, yes, what he
Okay.
was trying to do.
And so do you agree, based upon what Mr. DeSogra did as represented in this chart, there are no circumstances where the 11:62:2 text stream event occurs? Well, let me have you describe what you believe Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to comparing, based upon this chart, the 11:62:2 text stream event of Dr. Welcher with the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust the clock from the Lexus to the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock, but he does that inaccurately.
Well, I understand you have I understand your comment. My question, sir, is this. What do you understand Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to this chart? Do you understand what he is doing in this chart?
Correct.
I'd just like you to state what it is you understand he is doing.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust timestamps.
He's trying to adjust timestamps. In adjusting timestamps, do you agree that Mr. DeSogra makes the point with this chart that there are no circumstances where the 11:62 trigger occurs before the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you.
He said, but he does that inaccurately.
Let me see if I can clarify this in this my question.
Sure.
Do you Do you understand that what Mr. DeSogra is doing in this chart is he is showing numerically and arithmetically that there are no circumstances where the text stream event 1162-2 occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it in that form.
So yes, I understand he's trying to show that.
Right. Well, he did more than try. Isn't that what he, by his math, that he is demonstrating?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, but it is inaccurate.
I understand, but that's, again, the question is that what he demonstrates using this chart?
Yes.
And what he demonstrates is that Mr. DeSogra demonstrates that there are no circumstances where the 1162-2 trigger event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, inaccurately.
So I'm asking what Mr. DeSogra demonstrates in this report, and isn't it correct that Mr. DeSogra, using this math, Mr. DeSogra demonstrates and concludes that there are no circumstances where the 1162-2 text stream event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Does that demonstrate that?
Yes, inaccurately.
Okay.
Okay, so let's.
I'm going to move on, Your Honor. I'm going to move on.
DeSogra
And
and the defense's
this methodology and approach of Mr. DeSogra is simply math that he's using, correct?
No, it's not simply math.
Well, let's go to the clock variance values in the middle column on that chart. You see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Those are, as of March 5 of the date of this, that this column was created, nothing in that middle column is new, is it? That data.
Yes, some of that data is new.
Well, the source data upon which it is created is not new, is it?
No, it is not.
All right. So the source data of that column, it's not new.
Correct.
And the middle column uses your data points from your January 30th report, correct?
No, not all of those are.
But it does use some of the data from your January 30 report, correct?
Yes, it does.
Is the reason that you did not take that final analytical step that we've been talking about in your January 30th report, and this is a question, is the reason you failed to take that final analytical final analytic step we've been talking about in your January 30 report was because you knew if you did that if you calculated the actual time of the 1162-2 text stream event based upon your own methodological analysis of the clock skew, there would always be continued interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the text stream event.
No.
So you deny that?
Yes.
Did you keep your January 30, 2025 report purposefully vague by merely noting a clock skew without engaging in any further analysis, such as tethering that clock skew or otherwise connecting it to the text stream event in Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
No, I did not.
Switch to another topic. Take that down. Thank you, Mr. Gold. After reviewing, and I'm going to identify 3 timelines. After reviewing the timelines, the timelines presented by Dr. Welcher, 1, Mr. DeSogra, 2, and Mr. Ian Whiffen, 3, all of which established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before that last user activity, the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. You then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8, 2025, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, so I issued the supplemental report based on that presentation that you just had up.
Well, before you issued that report, isn't it correct that you had reviewed the time data of Dr. Welcher in the slide that we've been reviewing?
Not before that time, no.
You had not looked at Dr. Welcher's slide with a text stream event 1162.2 and a time for that before issuing your May 8th report?
No, yes, before sorry, misheard you. Yes.
That's my question.
Yes.
So let me just ask it through a question.
Sure.
So it is correct that before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, that you had reviewed that slide of your colleague, Dr. Welcher, on 1162.2 that establishes the text stream event as 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed it before your May 8th report.
Yes.
You
yes.
also reviewed before your May 8th report the slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, correct?
Yes, I did.
And before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, you also had reviewed the January 2025 report of Mr. Whiffen, correct?
Correct.
Each one of and all of those 3 established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
I'm going to allow it if that's what, let's see what the answer is.
Using either unadjusted timestamps or inaccurately adjusted timestamps. Yes.
Let me ask my question again, and if it's not clear, please let me know.
Sure.
After reviewing what we've discussed, prepared by Dr. Welcher, Mr. DeSogra, and Ian Whiffen, each and all of which established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8th, 2025. Is that statement I just made correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's take a look at your May 8th, 2025 report.
Let's look. Oh, getting a little too excited with the voice.
You departed in your May 8th, 2000. Do you have that report in
I
front
do.
of you?
Yes.
Do you need a moment to look at it, or are you ready to take
No,
questions?
go ahead.
Thank you. You departed from your analysis. Let's start it this way. In this May 8th, 2025 report, you departed from your analysis in your January 2025 report to reach a conclusion that would attempt to put the 1162.2 text stream event after human interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
No, I did not depart from my original report. I clarified.
Okay. So you didn't depart from it, but you, in your May 8th report, but your position is you clarified it.
Correct.
But isn't it correct that in your January 30, 2025 report, you did not address at all whether the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before or after the last user event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
But you did that in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
Okay, then how is that?
You don't call that a change, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
You call that a clarification.
I do.
It's not clarifying something if you didn't bring it up the first time. It's changing it.
In your January 2025 report, you compared call log entries between the infotainment system on the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to determine a potential variance, correct?
Correct.
And call logs are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare.
Correct.
Now, in your May 8th, 2025.
Okay, for those of y'all who are asking, you're saying that you're kind of zoning out and you can't keep up with this. What he's saying, that whole point that he just made is he's saying before you did this report that you started when we were already in the middle of trial, you had Dr. Welcher's report, like where he has the slide that shows the trigger event or whatever, tech stream event, whatever they call it. And you also had the slide presentation of DeSogra, who is the defense attorney's tech dude. And you had the January 2025 report of Ian Whiffen, who is the Celebrite dude. Remember, he's the one who went over all the timestamps with John O'Keefe's phone. So he's saying you had all three of those. And on all three of those all established that the car is showing that trigger event they're saying is her backing into John O'Keefe. That trigger event happened before the last interaction on his phone, as in it doesn't line up. And there is nothing in those reports about how this is, unadjusted data, or this is different data, or this is whatever. All of the reports are giving data. And he's saying, now you come in during the middle of trial and you have completely departed from the analysis in your first report that puts that text stream event before the phone stuff. And he said, I didn't depart from it. I clarified it. And Alessi's saying, you can't clarify something that you've never talked about. So he can't. So that's where they're going into the debate here.
Report. You abandoned the call log analysis from your January 30th, 2025 report, correct?
No, I did not abandon it.
But you did depart from it, at least in some respects, correct?
I did not depart from it. I used another method.
Okay. So you used another method.
Correct.
In your May 8, 2025 report, you opined, as I understand it, that the call log variance has been ignored because, in your words, this offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the alleged collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other timeframes as stated in the initial report. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Now, please show the juror in your January 30 report where you ever made that statement.
Take your time.
Sure. So it's not worded exactly like that, but that would be in conclusion 5.
And conclusion number 5 is on page 37 of your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
And you concede at least as much that at least different words are used in paragraph 5 in your January 30th, 2025 report, correct? And your position is that it's the same statement as in your May 8th, 2025 report? Because that's my question.
That is correct.
In your May 8th, 2025 report, instead of applying the offsets from the call logs, which are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare, as you stated just moments ago, you decided to use, in your words, quote, approximate time of the 3-point turn as your anchor between the two devices. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
Isn't what you did and we just discussed a classic example of confirmation bias, which is to be avoided in science?
No, it is not.
So you believe that that is not confirmation bias?
No.
Choosing the 3-point turn as the independent data source is the only way you could ever get the text stream event to even possibly occur after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That adjustment is the only adjustment that can be applied due to the data. Yes.
And that adjustment is the only thing that can be done to get the text stream event 1162.2 to occur after the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And that only one is the one that you chose, correct?
Correct.
And that's only because it's not a pinpoint in time. It's an amorphous range that can only, in your words, be approximated, correct?
No, that is because it is the only time adjustment in that time range that can be applied.
So it's your view that that's the only one that can be applied, but it is even what you're using is, in your words, an approximate time, correct?
Correct.
Isn't the shortcoming, sir, in your analysis that you ignored the additional user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's device that occurred after the lock event?
Can you repeat that question?
Yes, I can. Isn't the shortcoming in your analysis, sir, that your analysis ignores the additional user activity on John O'Keefe's device, his cell phone, that occurred after the lock event?
No.
Well, let's take a look at events that, you tell me if I'm correct or not, occur after the text stream event 1162.2.
Sure.
So do you recall our discussion yesterday about the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall that that occurred at 12:32:16?
Yes, I do.
And that's after the text stream event of Dr. Welcher that he put in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you also recall a Doppler pocket state detection at 12:33:14? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that is almost an entire minute after the 1162.2 text stream event that is identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide presentation, correct?
Correct. And neither one of those are user interaction.
I understand but let's just take one of them.
Sure.
And that is the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet at 12:32:16. Would you agree that those steps covering that distance is human activity at least? Would you agree that's human activity?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's take a look at opinion number 7.
So for the steps, he's saying, because he's trying to say, well, those aren't user. He just kind of contradicted himself because he said those aren't user initiated or whatever, however he worded it. And the Doppler state is like the pocket state or whatever. And you don't have to, there's nothing that a person does to make it go into pocket state other than it's just when the camera is like covered. So it's like if it's in your pocket or, if you have it sitting on the ground, like face down or whatever, like it can go into pocket state because the sensors on the front are not detecting anything. So that one's not something that like you press a button to make it do that. So he's saying that, well, neither of those are user initiated. And then Alessi's like, okay, what about the steps? And he's like, okay, well, yeah, that one is.
In your initial January 30th, 2025 report. And sir, tell me when you had a fair opportunity to locate that.
Okay.
You concluded to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that, quote, the infotainment module power on events were on average recorded 3 seconds after the ignition release or finger off, correct?
Correct.
That means that your own testing requires an offset of -3 to account for a delay in the power on of an infotainment system, correct?
Correct.
That increases the time between the text stream event 11:62:2 and the iPhone lock event by 3 seconds, correct?
Correct.
You testified about this same 3-second discrepancy yesterday during your direct examination in connection with your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
However, you did not mention this offset of 3 seconds in your May 8th, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not. Can I explain?
Mr. Brennan may have questions for you with regard to that. So nowhere in your May 8, 2025 report did you include the 3-second offset that you discussed in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, sir, nowhere in your May 8th report do you even discuss why you're not addressing that 3-second, do you?
I do not discuss it, but it is that offset is adjusted within the adjustment that we do with the 3-point turn.
I understand. My question is simply, there's no discussion in your May 8th, 2025 report how or why you're not discussing that 3-second offset, correct?
Correct.
I've got a next section, Your Honor, if you would like me to move into it.
So why don't we keep going?
Okay. Sir, a text stream data event like 11:62:2 does not, well, let me back up this way. You testified on direct that you're involved in accident reconstruction. That's part of the work that you do, sir?
No, that is not part of the work that I do.
Well, let me clarify then. Do you at all understand whether there's an issue as to whether a collision actually occurred in this case? Do you understand if that's an issue?
Objection.
Sustain.
Sir, do you have any understanding about what Dr. Welcher in his slide presentation was addressing in context with this case? Do you understand it?
Objection.
I'll allow a yes or no on
No, I do not.
So you have no idea what your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who's working on the same case, was addressing in his slide presentation?
Generally, yes, but I cannot speak to it.
What do you generally understand?
Objection.
that. Sustain.
What understanding do you have after reading Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it to.
Do
Sustained.
you have any understanding? Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Okay. Well, here, I'm going to try to give y'all, this is going to be a pain in the butt. So we'll see. I'm going to try it. I can't guarantee anything. We're going to try it. I can't guarantee anything. I'm having to give up a full monitor to do this. So if it doesn't work, we're going to go back to. Oh, now I have to adjust all this. Let's see. This. Trying to get this to where y'all can actually like kind of see it a little bit without. It's so much harder to do when I'm not on, when I don't have 3 monitors. I don't like the way that looks. I'm really picky about this. Maybe I can put this over here. That's going to cover him. I don't like it when I don't have 3 monitors. Whatever, we'll see. We'll see how I can do it. This is here. You can take a look while they're sidebar. What's going on in here? We always know they're coming back because the Zoom is running ahead of the live feed.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Burgess. I would like to go back to the line of questioning I was starting, and that is I would like to discuss with you, and I'll start with your conclusion, and I'm going to reference your May 8th, 2025 report, sir. If you could turn to the conclusion section of your report, which is on page 7. And I'm going to start with, and I may just end with, we'll see, conclusion number 1. Please take a fair opportunity to read that. Pick your head up when you have concluded that fair reading.
Okay.
Now, that paragraph 1 states, under conclusions, you say the following can be stated to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. 1, as noted in my initial report, the only call logs that can be used to compare and synchronize the clocks between Ms. Reed's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone are those occurring between 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m., which occur approximately 5 hours after the collision. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, what I'd like you to do is to go back in your report.
Same report?
Yes, sir, same report, May 8th. And I'd like you to turn to page 3.
Okay.
And if you could go to the 4th full paragraph that begins with 2 events near the time. And let me know, sir, when you're there. And if you could read that paragraph, pick your head up after you've had a fair opportunity to read it.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, you state 2 events near the time of the collision were recorded by the Lexus system as identified by Dr. Welcher and referenced by Mr. DeSogra. The first event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-1, is associated with a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest Road. The second event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-2, is associated with a reverse maneuver on Fairview Road. These events will be referenced below for clock synchronization analysis. The timestamps associated with these 2 events are based on a combination of the Lexus infotainment power on event and TechStream time count. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, you did.
So in the same paragraph, am I correct that you're discussing a couple of TechStream events, 1162-1 and 1162-2?
Yes.
And you are talking about that TechStream event in the same paragraph as you're talking about an alleged collision, correct?
Correct.
And in your paragraph of your conclusion that we were referencing, conclusion 1, is this paragraph part of the basis for that conclusion 1? Is this sort of like some predicate analysis for conclusion number 1?
No, it is not.
So it has no, your view, it has no relationship whatsoever to conclusion 1.
No, correct.
So let's go to your discussion of a collision and a text stream event. Let's go back to paragraph 3. You see, you mentioned the word collision in paragraph 3, correct?
I do not.
I'm sorry, I just had paragraph 3. I meant page 3, sir. Page 3.
Yes, page 3. Yes.
Page 3, that paragraph we were just looking at, paragraph 4.
Yes, sorry. Yes, I do say
You
collision.
see the word, use of the word collision.
Yes.
And again, that term is used in the same paragraph as you're identifying text stream event 1162.1 and 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get the basis to use the word collision at that part of your report?
That would have been from crash reports,
And whose crash reports?
the Massachusetts State Police.
So you used Massachusetts State Police reports to discuss allegations of a crash, collision.
Yes.
Do you state anywhere in your May 8th report that you used those reports at all? Do you list it in your references?
No, not in this report. No.
And as a matter of fact, this is the first time, right this previous moment, that you are mentioning those reports at all, correct?
No, those were mentioned in my initial report.
But I'm talking about your May 8th report.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. Your statements, and I want to clarify this because this is the ultimate topic I want to go to. It is not your conclusion that every text stream data event means that there is a collision. Do you, sir?
No, that is not my conclusion.
So isn't it correct that you can have text stream events and they're not collisions?
Yes, you can.
And isn't it a fact that a text stream event, sometimes called a trigger event, is not like an airbag type deploying, correct? They're just, and we're going to get to this later, it's just something that happens with a Lexus vehicle that can cause the vehicle to register a text stream event, correct?
Correct.
And some people refer to text stream event as a trigger, correct?
Correct.
But there's many things that can happen with a vehicle that can cause a trigger, correct?
Correct.
We will come back to that. So you would agree, again, that a text stream trigger event does not mean that there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't mean that airbags were deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
By itself, no.
By itself, it doesn't mean, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications databases and not devices and transporting that data for immediate processing and storage or for real-time analysis and analytics reporting, correct?
I don't think I understand your question. If you could rephrase.
Sure. A text stream event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications and databases. Is that correct?
I would not call it applications and databases, no.
What would you call it?
So from various sensors or other modules on the vehicle.
Okay, so
Sure.
it's Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from various sensors and modules on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
Why don't we stop here, Mr. Alessi?
Yes.
Okay. Folks, we'll take our morning recess, so it's 20 minutes.
All rise, please.
Okay. Jurors. Get your notebooks. All right. Let me see if I can change this back. I try to show there's not a lot going on at the defense table. I know y'all are asking me for it. It makes it a lot harder on 2 screens to try to do it, but I'll try to show it sometimes. It does make it a lot more difficult to manage. Because then I have 1 screen, which is a big screen, but it's only 1 screen for everything else. All right, let's see. Let me try this now. Oops. Oops. Now I don't know what I did. Oops. 58. Share. Look, see, I try to do something nice for y'all, and now all of my settings are messed up. See what you made me do. All right, hold on, let me see. All right, so quick recap. All of the stuff that they're going over right now is basically all of the stuff that they were really arguing. That's right, Tech Problem Tuesday. Tech Problem Tuesday. All of the oops, stop pressing buttons, Brandi. All of the stuff that they argued about the other day about why this shouldn't be allowed in is a lot of the stuff that he's going over right now. So he's saying, you know, you basically like all of the timeline stuff didn't make sense. Now you're trying to make it make sense. One, and Brandy's pressing buttons again. I know it's a problem. It's a problem. I admit that. It is, hold on, take a drink. Voice is getting a little scratchy again. Did he say, I know of her and heard through conversations that she was on the case? Yes. Yes. Which, keep in mind, we know more than those jurors know, which is, you know, sometimes I do wish that they could know everything we know, but then also I know that that's not good, because the more you know, the more, like Alessi was talking about confirmation bias, the more you know, the more it's like I know how snaky I think Hank Brennan is. So now anything he says, I don't trust him, which is another thing. Okay. Think about how this entire cross-examination has gone, right? Think about the way that all of this has been handled. Alessi went through all of the stuff with the education stuff and like the CV and all of that stuff. He walked through all of that and he was like, oh, so you didn't have, you know, any of this right. And you have all of this misrepresented and you have all of this and this and this. And then he goes through and it's like, okay, so now you have this new report that you've changed, you know, everything based on this. He's pointing out all of this stuff. He's pointing out all of this stuff to basically say, you don't have enough credibility for us to be able to trust what you're saying. So he starts everything out like that and then walks through like the mistakes, like, okay, so the bits versus byte thing. And then the issue with the timeline where he said, you know, he misspoke and everything. There's so many things like, okay, well, yeah, like this was a mistake and this was, I misspoke and this was a misunderstanding and this was this and this and this. He spent so much time going through all of that that now I'm sure, I know a lot of us are looking at him a certain way, and I'm sure a lot of the jurors are too, looking at him a certain way. And now it's like, okay, well, you've done all of this to, you know, show us that we can't really rely on what you're saying. And so now he's getting into the data. So it's like he has created that doubt with the jury on whether or not they can trust what he's saying. And now that the jury is like, bro, I don't know if I can rely on your timelines. Now he's going over all the timeline stuff. So as Alessi is pointing this out and saying, doesn't this say this? And doesn't this say this? And he's like, well, yeah, but that's a mistake. How do we know now? Because you've said, you know, so many things that you said were mistakes. Like you've messed this up and you messed this up and you messed this up and this and this and this. So now the jury is looking at that like, I don't know what we can trust anymore, you know? So once a juror has lost like faith in what you're saying and doesn't see credibility in what you're saying anymore, it kind of changes the way that they're able to accept when you, it's kind of like when Hank Brennan has lost all credibility, right? I mean, for me anyway, I don't trust anything he says for good reason. How many times has he been caught saying, you know, something that turned out to be completely opposite? And he misrepresents things and he twists things. He even quoted my podcast out of context, and that made me mad. That was a step too far, sir. And I don't trust anything he says. He has misrepresented things over and over in court. So now anytime he says something, I'm like, I don't trust him. I'll wait and see what actually happens, or I'll go look and see what was actually said or whatever, because you can't trust anything he says. So it's kind of the same way. If I hear Hank Brennan up there saying now that, you know, this was a lie or this was that or whatever, I'll be like, okay, I'm not going to believe it. So it's kind of the same with a jury determining the credibility of, I might mark this wrong. Let me just put this out of it. Why does it always do it around lunch? Is it better? Is it better? It has to be in the screen yard because it does this. All right, hold on. All right, hold on. Let me see. It has to be something in StreamYard because it never does this when I'm recording a podcast. Sounds better to be honest with you. Mhm. Okay, is that better? Is that better? Yeah, you know? All right. I need a whole, I need a whole type. Might take a half. It takes a half day quite often. Is that any better? But my say something. Say something. A B C D. E. um, Mike is in talking. Some of you are saying it's better, and some of you are saying it's not. It only does it on StreamYard. Press buttons, Brady. Or you normally telling me not to press buttons. Let's see. It's better than it was, but not how it started. Did you notice that it always happens? Well, this time it's happening at bruncheon. But normally it happens at luncheon. It'll just all of a sudden start making it like I'm underwater. No idea why. It only does it on StreamYard though. It never does it when I'm like recording the podcast or anything like that. Stop pressing buttons now. Just press buttons till it works again and then stop. Full screen, let's see. Oh no, what did I just do? Okay. Now I have to share my screen again. Oh, I hope this doesn't. Ugh. My microphone caught my cold. That could be. That could definitely be. I called an IT guy. He said to unplug it, count to 10, then plug it back in. He's a sound expert. He got a bachelor's in sound editing from UAB. Oh, volume is all. Y'all are so needy. So needy. Just joking. See, now I can't get this part right. Just take it out and blow on it. Put it back in like a Nintendo game. Lucy just walked up out of nowhere and licked my foot, and that scared the bejesus out of me. She's a sneaky little thing. See, now I have to... do this. I don't know why sometimes... What happened? This is so much easier when I have my third monitor. Ugh. See, now I can't do this one without here. I wonder. I'm gonna try something else. Well, you know what? I'm just glad that there is morning brunch and recess for us to deal with Tech Problem Tuesday. And all this started because I was trying to give y'all the defense table view you wanted. Do you see what you do? This is your fault. Instead of sending Brandi coffee, can we send her buffalo chicken rollers? Yes. Yes. Look, and don't you let my husband lie to you. We do not go 50 miles out of the way for buffalo chicken rollers. We went like 6 miles out of the way. And he can tell you that it's a good thing to go 6 miles out of the way, because the last time he didn't, and I was last time when he didn't, I was cranky the whole way there because we didn't have it. There we go. Yes, I got that one working now. Okay. Now I have to increase this. It's like a whole thing we have to do here. All of this. It was like six miles out of the way. Wait, why did that? It was working a second ago. What happened? You know what's weird? Sitting here, there's like, whatever, a couple thousand people watching, right? And I'm just sitting here messing stuff up. Just sitting here like pressing buttons and messing stuff up as y'all watch me, and talking to myself, arguing with myself, like telling myself to stop pressing buttons and then pressing more buttons, then messing something up and then talking myself through that as well. And y'all just sit there and watch me. It's totally normal. Chat Daddy was using Shanon Burgess math when calculating the miles. That's right. That's right. Awesome content. What'd you do today? I watched Brandi press a bunch of buttons and mess stuff up and then argue with herself over it. What'd you do? Oh, I was in pocket state most of the day. I didn't do much. She's still mumbling. Totally normal. Totally normal. Yeah. Lucy likes it. be fair, I might have screamed at you at one point. That's okay. That's okay. Shannon said my computer is overheating. What is a buffalo chicken roller? I'm hungry and stuck in traffic. Let me tell you. Hold on. We got to go to full screen for this because it's important. It's like all the goodness of buffalo chicken. There's also tofu in it, but it's fine. And like a little hint of cheese. And it's wrapped into like this little roller thing. And then it's placed on those grill roller things where the taquitos go. You can get them at like Quick Trip, 7-Eleven, some places like that. And they're buffalo chicken rollers, and they are fantastic. It's here. They do need to sponsor me. Why do they not sponsor me? Remember, like back in the day when I used to, I would stream and I would like every lunch meal, I would just have Factor meals because they're like, you know, easy and it takes only 2 minutes to put them in the microwave. And I was like, and everybody's like, Factor needs to sponsor you. And then they started sponsoring my podcast. And I was like, I knew you'd find me. I knew you'd find me. Buffalo chicken rollers are amazing. And I can't take a road trip without a buffalo chicken roller. I love a buffalo chicken roller. They're amazing. Good and good for you. They're probably not good for you, but it's just something we say. Here, we're going to change this back to how it was because I like it better over here. There we go. Lots of protein. Yeah, taquitos and buffalo chicken rollers are very different. They're on the same little area, but they're different. Where is Bella's mom? Bella's mom is there? I didn't see her. I saw the one ex that, or they dated for like 4 minutes 20 years ago. We have someone in chat, Allison Hall, whose husband works for Buffalo Chicken. What? What? Allison Hall, I'm going to need the hookup. I need the hookup. Do you know that last time me and Chat Daddy were going on, where are we going? I think we were going from the Orlando house to here because we were at that 7-Eleven and they didn't have any ready. And the guy was like, well, I can put some on. It'll be about 7 minutes. And Chat Daddy was like, we'll wait. He's like, we'll wait because otherwise she'll be cranky. We'll wait. We waited 7 minutes for the buffalo chicken rollers. I love them. I love them. Bugles are also road trip food. Okay, but then it's like you can only drive one-handed because then you have to put a bugle on each finger and then eat it. So. I'm a passenger. Okay. Well then you can fully like two-hand it. And you can't eat bugles unless you eat them off of your fingertips. It's like it's in the manual. Do bugles have a manual? I don't know. We just make stuff up around here. stream now sponsored by. Combos, road trips are the only time I eat this because they sell them at all the gas stations, and then they all, like, every time you go to the gas station, they have a different flavor that you've never heard of. And some of them are like weird flavors. Some of them are, like I said, like it used to be like the pizza and then like the nachos and cheese and then the pretzels and cheese or whatever it was. And now it's like combos have like the crazy, it's like filet mignon and mashed potatoes. And so, okay, well, I made that one up. That one's not true. But they have like the weirdest, combos have the weirdest ones. But they are very much road trip food because you can get them everywhere. It's true. For those of us visual learners, can we get an image of the chicken roller? Yes. Ask and you shall receive. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. I can do that for you. Hold on. Let me get pulled up. They're so good. That's a buffalo chicken roller. The roller bites. They're so good. So good. Chat Daddy said we have to drive 50 miles out of the way to get them. It does look like a cheese stick. You know, the closer we get to luncheon, the more we talk about food in here. I thought that was a chicken fry. They look like chicken fries, but like they're thicker. It's like if a hot dog was actually chicken and breaded and buffalo. It's like the size of a hot dog, but it's buffalo chicken. They're so good. We're so weird. What do y'all do? We watch Brandi press buttons and mess stuff up and then just talk about food. There's also a murder trial happening, but you know. Let's see. So not like a hot dog at all, correct. But they are hot dog-esque. Like they're like the size of a hot dog. They're so good. Are you using 2 desktop monitors and a laptop? If so, you could use a laptop. I didn't bring my laptop with me. I was only thinking I was going to be here for a couple days. And then Sunday I was not feeling well and ended up staying. So I'm here all this week. But I didn't bring it because I was thinking I was only going to be here for a couple days. But at the house, I have my 3rd monitor and it makes everything a lot easier. Lesson learned. Next time, just bring the laptop. Yeah, my voice is feeling, yeah, it's got like just that little bit of scratch to it, but it's a lot better today. Thank you. So like a hot dog brain, so not like a hot dog branding. Correct. Correct. CREKT. Correct. I see that there's captions happening, but we can't hear it yet. Trial and food, I'm here for it. Ranch or blue cheese for buffalo? I am a ranch girl. Chat Daddy and my mama both like blue cheese. Me and my kid and my stepdaughter all like ranch. The group on comment is hilarious. They're like, what'd we do? Yeah, that was hilarious. All right, the jury's coming back in now, it says. Serious question. What will you do with your life if Karen is acquitted? I will continue doing what I always do. The next trial that I'm covering is Coburger. That'll be the next podcast.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
I know. Ask and you shall receive. Everybody's been begging me to do that one, so I'm going to work it out.
All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burgess,
All right, here we go.
I'm going to pick up, sir, where we left off. A text stream trigger event does not automatically mean there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't, without more, mean an airbag deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean, without more, that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
Correct.
A text stream event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications in databases, correct?
Sensors and other modules.
That's right,
on the vehicle.
you
Correct.
said that earlier, sir. Sensors and modules. You reviewed the raw text stream trigger events on Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
No, I did not.
Oh, you did not?
No.
Do you understand whether, do you have an understanding whether Mr. DeSogra reviewed those events in his March 5, 2025 report?
I do not.
So you did not review the raw data for text stream trigger events on Ms. Reed's vehicle, and you did not therefore perform any analysis of that data as you sit here today, correct?
Correct. Outside of what Dr. Welcher provided.
He says, oh, you did not.
Are you aware that there were approximately 30 text stream trigger events in an 8-month period on Ms. Reed's vehicle?
No, I'm not.
There were how many?
Assume the data shows that in the mere 8-month period that Ms. Reed owned her vehicle, the Lexus in question, there were 30 text stream trigger events. Assume that. You would not conclude that there were 30 collisions in that 8-month period, would you?
No, I would not.
Would you agree, sir, that there were actually 2 triggers on January 29th?
Yes.
And the first trigger that you referred to of 1162-1, that was not a collision, was it, sir?
Without reviewing the data, I don't know.
Well, as you sit here today, you have no basis to state that the 1162-1 trigger was a collision, do you?
No, I do not.
And in fact, didn't you refer to that as a 3-point turn?
I did, yes.
And you didn't mention in your direct testimony when you talked about the 3-point turn anything about a collision, did you?
No, I did not.
And as you sit here today, there's no fact or data that you have to conclude that there was any supposed collision associated with that 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event, correct?
Correct.
A trigger event can occur on a Lexus vehicle by a whole host of possibilities, correct?
Correct.
You could maybe slam on the brakes and cause a trigger event.
That is one possibility.
You
Yep.
could have just unusual driving. You could be going at a speed or doing something else that has nothing at all to do with a collision, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, there are almost countless events that can occur that can cause a trigger event in a Lexus vehicle.
So I don't know the exact count of what type of triggers there are, but yes, there are
There are
a
many.
number. Yes.
So back to the 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event. On your direct examination, you just referred to event surrounding that as a 3-point turn, correct?
Correct.
And yet that 3-point turn registered as a trigger event, right?
Correct.
Are Lexus SUVs trigger happy?
I do not know, sir.
As you sit here today, none of the information in that black box that you referred to on your direct testimony indicates that there was a collision on January 29th, does it?
Not by itself. no.
Not by itself.
Correct.
And it doesn't occur, that none of the information in that black box indicates that there was a collision on any day without more, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to now turn to a different topic, sir.
Switch gears for a moment.
In your direct examination, you referenced a Ms. Maggie Gaffney. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And wasn't part of your reference to her a criticism of her for some of the work that she did with respect to the Lexus SUV?
Yes, it was.
And for instance, you criticized her for failing to extract the micro SD card from the circuit board during the initial chip-off, right?
So, sure. So I did criticize for not identifying the micro SD card and subsequently not downloading it. Yes.
And on direct, you even tried to lay at her footsteps, if you will, your bits, bytes misinterpretation on her by claiming that you assumed, quote, a competent expert, close quote, would not have overlooked a relevant chip, so you became confused how there could be data missing. Is that a fair characterization?
No, it is not.
Did you at all try to use as a justification for your misunderstanding of bits and bytes that it was her work?
Her word? you
Her
said?
work.
Her work.
Yes, her work.
So it was the, overlooking of the SD card. Yes.
Right. So you did try to lay at her footsteps part of the reason why you misinterpreted the bits and bytes that we discussed yesterday. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay. So you would agree then that the bits and bytes misinterpretation that you and I discussed yesterday had nothing to do with the work of Ms. Gaffney, correct?
So in part, but that was my mistake. Yes.
All right. I'm trying to understand which is it. Is it Miss Gaffney's work had some part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, or her work had no part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes?
Some part.
So you do attempt to lay some blame on Miss Gaffney for your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, correct?
No, I'm not trying to blame anyone.
Okay. In your January 30, 2025 report, are you consistent with your criticism of Miss Gaffney?
As I recall, yeah, I believe so, yes.
In fact, you yourself provided the explanation for why the micro SD card was not extracted during the original chip-off, didn't you?
Yes, that it was overlooked.
Right.
Yes.
So if you could please turn to page 5 of your January 30, 2025 report.
Okay.
And sir, when you get there, if you could let me know, and I will then proceed with questions.
Okay.
Keep in mind too, like that doesn't look good when there's been so many mistakes on his end and he's like putting mistakes on other people too.
So you do attribute to Ms. Gaffney in your report some responsibility for this micro SD card not being extracted during the original chip-off. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let's go to page 5 of your report, sir. And
How come every time he talks about a chip off, I think about like a dance off? I think about like, what's that? Or like a drum off, or like, what was that Nick Cannon movie where I think about that every time they talk about a chip off.
And bear with me, I want to get you the exact location. I don't have it exactly, but I want to quote it. Your Honor, may I have a moment to get the exact quote?
Sure.
Thank you.
Oh gosh, the Diddy trial. My friend is in New York covering that trial, and I was talking to her the other day. It's crazy.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now have it. Mr. Burgess, if you could turn to page 5, as I was referencing, and go to the third full paragraph. If you could look about 2/3 of the way down the far right, you see the word where it starts with at. It's the paragraph beginning when examining vehicle
Yes,
systems.
I
You see
do.
that,
Yes,
sir?
I see it.
And do you see the at that is at the very far right of that paragraph?
Yes.
So it says, at the time of the incident, Burla, and Burla is what? Can you read?
Burgess is a company that offers and develops forensic hardware and software for vehicle modules.
Right. So at the time of the incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software indicating similar modules are supported via in-vehicle acquisition. According to Burla, currently, there are 2 known and documented modules within the vehicle that have the capability to store data. The infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So as you stated, Burla's the organization that you described, which for the purpose you did, I'm not going to repeat it on direct examination. If I could sort of put in layman's terms and see, you tell me if this is correct. Burla produces hardware and software to make it easier for non-technical people, as you put it, to extract data from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You describe in your January 30, 2025 report that at the time of the initial chip-off, Burla did not provide support for the information contained on the micro SD card, correct?
No, so I think you're misreading that last sentence, and I can clarify.
Can you read the last sentence, sir?
I can. So the infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney.
So my question is, did or did not Burla, at the time of the initial chip-off by Ms. Gaffney, provide the technical support to address the information contained on the micro SD card?
No, Burla did not and does not.
Good. That I wanted to.
That was my identifier of the micro SD card. Correct.
So it was not until after the initial chip-off that Ms. Gaffney participated in that Burla updated their software to be able to identify the types of data, for Burla software to be able to identify the types of data contained within the micro SD card on the Lexus circuit board. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
So Burla didn't do anything new after the initial chip-off with its software?
Sure. So Burla released new software after the initial chip-off that addresses being able to download software via the infotainment module while it's in the vehicle. So that involves plugging a USB in to the vehicle and downloading data. That does not address the micro SD card on the circuit board itself.
And Ms. Gaffney did not have, at the time of the initial chip-off, that updated Burla software, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your questioning. Thank you for answering my questions. That's all I have at this time, Your Honor, but I have a bit to pack up, so Mr. Brennan can have a clear podium.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Oh boy. Oh boy, he's gonna come out yelling. He's gonna come out yelling. Cranky Hanky coming up. What are we thinking? How are we feeling? Trigger event warning.
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor.
Alessi's so nice. Oh, here he goes. He's coming to yell.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you know what a sequestration order is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So it would be an order to not view any testimony of a trial, is my general understanding.
Does that mean that you can't watch any of it on television?
Correct.
Do you understand whether or not you can speak to attorneys about testimony? Is that precluded as well?
I'm not aware either way.
Has anybody ever spoken to you about any testimony about that occurred in this trial before you testified?
No, they have not.
Have I ever discussed, intimated, or suggested any information whatsoever to you about arguments, testimony, or anything about this case as it's ongoing?
No, you have not.
Do you follow the rules, sir?
Yes, I do.
Have you followed them in this case?
Yes, I have.
When you gave your opinions and you've testified, do you have any information or knowledge about this trial as it actually occurred until the point when you testified?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions about your CV. A CV is a resume?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you were asked about a LinkedIn account.
Yes, I was.
Is your LinkedIn account different than your CV?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, when did you learn that your LinkedIn account was wrong or had not been updated? When was the first time you learned that?
That was yesterday.
When you started your LinkedIn account, do you remember when it was you set it up?
I do not. It would have been maybe 10 years ago or more.
Do you routinely update your LinkedIn account?
No, I do not.
When you set up your LinkedIn account, the section where it asks for education, whether graduated or ongoing, do you remember filling out that section?
I don't particularly remember filling it out, but obviously I did at some point.
When you were asked about Aperture's website, how many experts are associated with Aperture?
I could give you a rough number between 80 and 100,
How many offices?
15 or so.
Are you involved in the website design or content?
No, I'm not.
Do you know if Aperture gets the information from their website directly from LinkedIn?
I don't know where they get all of their information from.
Did you ever weigh in or develop your information that was on Aperture's website?
No, not on the website.
You do provide CVs before you come to court, don't you?
Yes, I do.
In this case, you were asked by the defense, when you provide your CV, do you understand that it's going to be reviewed by whoever requests it, the Commonwealth or the defense,
Yes, I do.
and that it will be shared with both sides in the court?
Yes.
And in fact, the first time you provided a CV in this case, was it October 11, 2014?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the leading nature sustained.
Do you remember the first time you provided a CV in this case?
It would have been around October
Of what year?
of 2024, sorry.
And when you provided that, was it as an exhibit to something?
Yes, if I recall, it was as an exhibit to the initial protocol that I sent out.
And when you submitted that CV, did you appreciate whether or not it would be part of a court filing in public?
Yes, I did.
If I could have exhibit 183, please. $183. You could enlarge the top section. Right there is good. And sir, when you provided this CV to be filed with the court and made public, did you indicate that you had obtained a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Why did you put currently pursuing?
Because I am currently pursuing a bachelor's degree.
And did you understand your CV was received by the defense and they knew this?
Yes, I do understand that.
Subsequently, you were asked to provide an updated CV in April 2025?
Yes, I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
And can we have exhibit 184? Did you further appreciate this would be provided to both the court and the defense?
Yes, I did.
Did you represent to the defense that your education included earning a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
You've testified in, you can take that down, please. You've testified in many other cases
I have, yes.
in courts around the country.
Yes, I have.
And when you've testified in other courts around the country, do you know whether there are transcripts of your actual testimony?
Yes, I believe there are.
Have you ever represented in any court that you achieved your bachelor's degree?
No, I have not.
Have you ever inflated your qualifications in a court?
No, I have not.
When I asked you about some of your background, you told us that you had certificates in Celebrite and Axiom. I didn't go through all of the qualifications and all of the accomplishments you had, did I?
No, you did not.
Do you have professional certifications, GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensic Analysis?
Yes, I do.
Do you have professional certification from CCME, Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner?
Sustained.
He's leading, and you
Do
can't
you
really
have
just go
professional
through all of this.
certifications as a Magnet Certified Forensic Examiner?
Sustained for the same reason.
I'm sorry?
Sustained for the same reason.
Do you have a number of certificates that I did not ask you about?
Yes, you did. I
Can you
did,
share
yes.
some of those with us?
Sure. So one of those is going to be GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics. So that's going to be Global Information Assurance certification. And that is basically a 40-hour class or 48-hour class with a test at the end to get that certification. There's also a Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner certification. That is specifically to, kind of demonstrate your knowledge of the Celebrite software, as well as Magnet Forensics certifications, again, for their software specifically.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
What was that last part? Sorry.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
No, not currently.
Okay. Did you also take any classes regarding crash data or BOSH?
Yes, I have.
What do you have for certificates in that arena?
So those certifications would be Crash Data Retrieval Technician and Crash Data Retrieval Analyst. So those courses would be around acquiring and analyzing crash data from airbag control modules.
You mentioned that you had over 700 hours
Yes, I do.
of classes and certification.
Yes, that's of classes and classes and seminars or conferences, specifically in digital forensics or vehicle forensics.
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent and achieve in this area?
No, I do not.
Is a bachelor's degree a prerequisite of success in a particular field?
No,
He's
it is
missing the
not.
point.
You ever hear of Bill
He's missing the point. Right now, Brennan is trying to salvage this by saying, like, oh, you don't have to have a bachelor's degree to do all this. And that's true. That's not the point. The point isn't about whether or not he needs this. There are plenty of very successful people who do great job with, computer stuff that don't have a bachelor's degree. That is not the point. The point is when you are misrepresenting something in different forms to kind of inflate your own qualifications when people are initially looking at you. If he had just left that off and not said anything about it, it wouldn't have mattered. Brennan is trying to guide this in a different direction that has nothing to do with the reason that this is actually a big deal.
Gates,
Yes.
Stephen Jobs,
Yes.
Oprah Winfrey?
Sustained.
You had become engaged in this case in October 2024?
Correct.
And when you first became engaged, you had a chance to look at photographs and some data?
Yes, I did.
At that point, you hadn't had a chance, did you have, had you had a chance to actually inspect any of the physical property?
No, I had not.
Did you have an understanding that somebody else did?
Yes, I did.
Who?
Miss Gaffney and a number of other people with the MSP.
Attended some type of procedure?
Correct.
And do you know who led the actual procedure?
As far as I'm aware, it would have been Miss Gaffney.
The defense expert?
Correct.
You filed a protocol. What was the purpose in October when you first got involved in filing a protocol?
Sure. So the first purpose of the protocol was just to address the fact that we were missing data that we expected, and address a potential solution to gather more data.
Without having looked at the physical property, the actual boards, how did you conclude simply on data and photographs that there was missing data?
Sure. So that would be reviewing the initial data that was provided and not seeing user data like I would expect. And that's because there's a number of different chips that are on a circuit board for an infotainment or telematics or any other module. And there's a number of different data bearing chips. The purpose of those chips will vary. Some chips' main purpose is to store user data. Some chips' main purpose is to store software or firmware. So if you're gathering, acquiring data from chips that only have software and firmware, then you would not expect or you would not see user data within those chips.
When you made that analysis and concluded that there was missing data, had there been any report provided by Ms. Gaffney suggesting there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Had there been any analysis or opinion alerting that there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Was there anything to indicate that the person who did this test missed data at that point?
No, not at that point.
When you decided to write a protocol so you could actually look at the boards and do an analysis, did you put that protocol in writing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember if that was around October 10th, 2024?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
Now, when you were cross-examined, the attorney asked you if you knew what the word mendacity meant. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you didn't know. Do you now know that means to lie or be untruthful?
Sustained.
He didn't ask you a question. He just asked you if you knew what the word was. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you remember he also, on cross-examination, suggested that when you had your mistake about megabytes, megabits, it was the defense expert that alerted you to that mistake? Do you remember that suggestion by the defense?
Yes, I do.
Did they ever show you the documents so you could see the chronology?
No, they did not.
Okay. You wrote a report on October 10, 2024. Did you then write another report, a supplemental protocol?
Yes, so I did write that initial protocol and then a supplemental protocol.
Was that on October 17, 2024?
That sounds about right.
When you wrote that a week later, at that point, had you realized your mistake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why did you?
Can we approach, please?
Okay.
I don't like it. Brennan's sitting at home last night going, how am I going to fix this? He's like, you know what? Oprah. Oprah and Stephen Jobs. That's what he does.
When you realized your error, what did you do?
So I intended to correct it with a supplemental protocol.
When you corrected it with the supplemental protocol, do you remember what date that was?
Not specifically, I do not.
Okay. If I showed you your report, would that help your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Please don't read this, just look at it, and if it refreshes your memory, let me know, and then I'll ask you a question.
Yes, it does.
When did you correct your error with the supplemental protocol?
That was on October 17th, 2024.
And do you remember the date that you first received any information from Mr. DeSorga?
No, I do not
Do you
specifically.
remember the date when Mr. DeSorga's information was first filed?
No, I do not.
And do you know if it was, whether it was after your October 17th supplementary report?
Not specifically, but I believe it was after.
Okay. And so when it was suggested that you had to be schooled or advised by Mr. DeSorga, was that accurate?
Objection, Your Honor.
Word it differently. Word it differently.
So argumentative.
The claim that was made that you weren't aware until someone advised you of your error, was that true?
No, that was untrue.
When you realized there was an error and put it in a report, were you ever dissuaded from publicly alerting all the parties of your mistake?
No.
Do you leave stuff in or out of a report if you find it helpful or hurtful to one side?
No, I do not.
Have you, in this effort that you've made in this case, have you always been encouraged to provide all information, regardless of what it is?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I have.
And who's encouraged you to always provide all information, regardless of what it says?
No one. So my job is to assist the jury. So the jury, assisting the jury means presenting all the information.
Have you ever been discouraged by me?
No, I have not.
When you looked at the photographs and you looked at the boards without actually touching them, how long did it take you to figure out that there was some other vehicle for data?
Sure. So it took a few times to look at the photographs before I identified the micro SD card slot.
You were asked whether it's important to be accurate and reliable. Is it in this field?
Yes, it is.
And if data is not found on the chips, is it a standard practice to look elsewhere?
Yes, that would be a standard practice.
Was that done in this case before you became involved?
No, it was not.
Who was the first person to identify where the missing information was?
Myself.
What happens if you miss information because you don't see it?
So if you miss information, that's information that won't help in the analysis.
In this case, the information on the SD card that you found, how important was that to this entire analysis?
It was important to timestamp certain events.
Without that information in the SD card, would you have been able to so accurately timestamp certain events?
No, not so accurately.
Before you were involved, was that information, that very important information for timestamps, was that available for either side?
No, it was not.
Is it now?
It is.
You were asked about Burla. When Burla did not have updated software to simply plug into a car and download the information, what process would have to be used?
Sure. So best practice for vehicle forensics is if the module or a vehicle is not supported by a forensic tool, would be to remove that module, or let me start over, manually document the screens on that infotainment module if it's available and it can be powered up. But then also going through disassembling the module, identifying any type of chips or SD cards that may hold data, and acquiring that data.
Is that called a chip-off process?
It is called a chip-off process.
Does it describe the process well, chip-off?
Yes, it does.
Since Ms. Gaffney did the original analysis and did that chip-off, has the software updated?
Yes.
And is that the Burla software?
No, I'm sorry. So she has not done a updated analysis with the Burla software.
But has the Burla software itself updated?
So the Burla software itself has updated, but it is limited to, again, plugging in a USB into the infotainment module while it's in the car running.
Does the updates in Burla software have anything to do with the SD card?
No, it does not.
Why not?
Because, again, they're going a different route to acquire data, and they are acquiring a limited amount of data through what's called diagnostic logs. So if you think of diagnostic logs, your radio unit is keeping logs of any time things happen on the radio for manufacturer purposes. So Burla is taking those logs and they can interpret some of those logs. They are not acquiring all the data that is on the SD card itself.
You have drafted a number of reports in this case.
I have, yes.
Regarding the chip-off process, did Ms. Gaffney ever write a report?
No, not that I'm aware of.
When you wrote reports in this case, do you expect for them to be shared?
Yes, I do.
When other experts, like, for example, Mr. DeSorga writes a report, do you expect to have a copy and review it?
Yes.
Sustained.
What is the standard practice when there are reports from different experts regarding the same subject matter?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there a standard practice
Sure.
regarding reviewing reports from similar experts in similar subject matter?
Sure. So anytime a report is written by an expert, that report would be provided and shared with opposing experts.
Reports, do they always come at the same time in a case?
No, they do not.
When you wrote your reports, how would you provide them so they could be disseminated?
Sure. So that I would typically provide them to the client or the attorney that hired me, and then that would be disseminated from there.
Did you have an opportunity to receive Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided that by me, the Commonwealth?
Yes, I was.
And were you asked or given any direction on what you could or should do?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to avoid anything?
No, I was not.
What did you see your role as when you receive a report from another expert like Mr. DeSorga?
Sure. So when I receive a report, I would typically review it and then make a decision if it's better to address any issues in that report through testimony or address those with a supplemental report.
And in that analysis, do you follow your own discretion or do you follow directions of the client?
No, I would follow my own discretion.
Did you ever receive any direction on what you should and shouldn't do regarding considering Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, I did not.
When you looked at Mr. DeSorga's report, did you have concerns about his report?
I did, yes.
I want to talk about his report in detail. Before we get there, share with us what your general concerns were about Mr. DeSorga's report when you reviewed the whole report.
Sure. So what Mr. DeSorga does is take a couple different adjustment methods to attempt to adjust the clock from the Lexus with the iPhone. But what he does is takes a lot of methods or data points that are not applicable to the time that we're interested in.
What do you mean? Can you explain with a little more specificity what he does?
Sure. So if you think about it, your clock is constantly, changing as far as it syncs up with other GPS satellites or network time servers, and it's updating constantly. So a clock variance between two devices may be different at, say, 12 o'clock in the day versus 1 o'clock in the day. So best practice is to choose an event that is nearest to your time in question, so you have the most appropriate adjustment for that clock variance.
Mr. DeSorga's analysis, did he choose the event most closely tied to the backing up event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The backing up event, are you familiar with that time frame?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Was Mr. DeSorga's analysis based on information most closely related to that event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What information did Mr. DeSorga choose to use for that analysis relative to the backing up event?
Sure. So he chose a couple things. That's going to be call logs that happened on both devices or that was recorded on both devices, as well as a GPS data point, which was incorrectly identified as being near that or encompassing that 3-point turn. So what we did is did a more thorough analysis of that 3-point turn event when it occurred within the iPhone data, and then compared that and adjusted with the Lexus.
Explain to us your concern about using call logs.
Sure. So there's a number of call logs that you saw earlier that were recorded by the phone and the Lexus. The one thing you'll notice, and it's hard to kind of go back to it without the graph, but the calls that happened between 1 and 5 o'clock that morning actually happened when the car was powered off. We know that based on the power on and power off events. So those timestamps that are recorded with that 2 second and 1 second offset is actually from Mrs. Reed's iPhone as she gets back in the vehicle and her phone connects up and syncs back up. So the 8 second and the 16 or 21 second offset are the only offsets that we have to compare to calls.
Was that a concern?
It was a concern.
Why?
Because if you're using the 1 and 2 second offsets, that could be misleading because it's not actually comparing the Lexus clock with the iPhone clock from Mr. O'Keefe.
What's it doing?
It's comparing the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock with Mrs. Reed's iPhone clock.
What other concerns?
Sure. So the other concern was a GPS point known as GPS 154, which if you remember yesterday, we talked about it a little bit. So that was misidentified as being the end or towards the end of that 3-point turn. But when we look closer at all the location data, we can see that that actually occurs between 12:23:59 and I believe it was 12:24:07.
Let me ask you some questions about what compelled you to look at the 3-point turn and synchronize the clocks. Were you aware of Mr. Whiffin's report where he offered that the last user interaction on Mr. Whiffin's phone was 12:32:09?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
No. You were asked, did you consider Mr. Whiffin's report where there was a last user interaction of 12:32:09 by the user?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
You were asked if you considered that. Did you know that information?
I did know that information was available and existed, but I did not use that in my analysis for the clock synchronization.
Did that have any part of your motivation to do the clock synchronization?
No, it did not.
Were you attempting to match the synchronization with any of this other information that exists in data?
No, I was not.
You were also asked if you were aware of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that at 12:32:16, it ended its movement.
Yes, I was aware of that, yes.
Did that in any way affect your interest or your decision to synchronize the clocks?
No, it did not. So my primary focus and to adjust the clocks was because I thought the PowerPoint slides by Mr. DeSogra were misleading.
When you were shown Exhibit 190, can we have 190, please? You were shown this
Thanks.
chart. Was this the entirety of Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, it was not.
Was there text information offered by Mr. DeSorga to give his position or explanation of this?
Yes, there was.
Is that included in this exhibit?
No, it's not.
Did you get a chance to read Mr. DeSorga's report, including the actual text explaining his analysis and process leading to this chart?
Yes, I was.
Did you look at Mr. DeSorga's entire report?
Yes, I did.
I move to introduce Mr. DeSorga's report.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. So this was triple D for identification. That would be the next exhibit.
I just pulled up the documents
191.
on those reports.
You said as a result of Mr. DeSorga's report, you were concerned, so that compelled you to do your analysis that resulted in your May 8th report?
Correct.
I want you to take us through Mr. DeSorga's report and explain to the jury what concerned you about his analysis.
Sure.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put this page 1 of this report. Is this the front cover of Mr. DeSorger's March 5th, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
Turn to page 2, please. Where do you recognize this slide or photograph coming from?
Sure. So this slide is coming from Dr. Welcher's overall PowerPoint slides.
When you first saw this slide, where did you first see, what source did you first see this through?
Through Mr. DeSorger's PowerPoint.
Well, Dr. Welcher works at Aperture, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Did you know he was working on this case?
Yes, I did.
Was he providing you his PowerPoint or slides before this point?
No, he was not.
When you first saw this slide, did you see information about the timing of the text stream event, which was the backing maneuver?
Yes, I did.
And what time did that show?
Can we blow it up just so I don't get the time
Please.
wrong?
Up, please. I'm sorry. Up. There we go. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Sure. So that's got the text stream event ending at 12:31:43.
These text stream events that are captured, do you know how long of the event is captured? How many seconds?
Yes. So approximately 5 seconds before the trigger threshold is met and 5 seconds after.
When this information that you reviewed in Mr. DeSorger's report, do you know what clock is used to identify the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43?
Yes, I do.
And what clock is that?
So that's a combination of the Lexus clock that's coming from the infotainment center, as well as the running timer that we discussed yesterday that's coming from the airbag module itself.
Is the source of that time important?
Yes, it is.
If you compare time from a different clock with time from a different clock and don't synchronize the two, does that lead you to an accurate result?
No, it does not.
When you were answering questions, you repeatedly were saying, according to the Lexus clock. Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly? One moment, please.
Sure.
Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly?
Sure. So to make sure that the jury understood that that timestamp was coming from the Lexus itself and was not an adjusted timestamp to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Could you scroll down, please, Ms. Gilman? Up a little bit, please. Thank you. The 3209, what did you understand that information to be?
Sure. So that is information I understood to be the last device lock recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And what clock did you understand that time came from?
That would come from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock.
If you reconciled his iPhone clock information, or if you compared it without reconciling to the Lexus information, what's the danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there any danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Is there any danger in comparing two times if you don't consider the clocks that they came from?
Yes, there is. So you could essentially be, inaccurate time for when that event actually occurred.
If you could just scroll down to the bottom so we could see the rest of that. You mentioned the word variance yesterday during your direct examination. I'm going to ask you to look at that box that has the green around it. Is that an example of variance?
Yes, that is an example of variance between, no. So I take that back. That is not an example of variance itself. That is an example of, comparing the end of the text stream event to the device lock event.
Is that attempting to compare two different devices?
So that's attempting to, that's not attempting to compare anything. It's just stating that the time between the device event lock and the end of the text stream event, unadjusted, is approximately 26 seconds.
Is that accounting for synchronization or not accounting for synchronization?
That is not accounting, that is not with synchronization.
Could we turn to the next page, please? Did you review the next page of Mr. DeSorga's report?
Yes, I did.
And did it lead you to any concerns?
This page specifically, yes and no. So this page again is just showing the time difference between the end of the text stream event and Mr. O'Keefe's last device lock event.
Is this another way of showing the information that was in that green box?
It is. It's another way of showing the information in that green box, but it is not a clock variance or an adjustment.
Could you turn the page, please? When you read this page, is this a opinion or conclusion?
No, it does not.
What is it?
So this is just pointing out that when the 26-second window, which they'll refer as John's interaction window, when that number is positive, then the phone interaction occurs after the end of the text stream event. When that number is negative, the phone interaction occurs before the end of the text stream event ends.
Did you have any issue with that slide?
No, not that slide in particular.
Okay, if we turn the next page. Did you have an opportunity to review the next page?
Yes, I did.
And were you in agreement with this page?
I was in agreement with this page, yes.
And what does this tell us?
So this page points out that two clocks are not always in sync. So again, to synchronize those clocks, you would have to have a shared event that occurred on both devices.
If we could have the next page, please. Any chance to make that a tiny bit bigger, Ms. Gilman? Were you in agreement with this page?
No, I was not.
Tell us what concerned you about this page.
Sure. So this page is potentially misleading to the jury, again, by using,
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Just tell me what your concerns were.
Sure. So my concerns with this, that it was potentially misleading to the jury.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
No, I'm going to allow that. That's his concerns.
Sure. So that this slide was potentially misleading to the jury because it uses incorrect adjustments to try and adjust the times.
How does it use incorrect adjustments? Explain that to us so it's very basic, please.
Sure. So as we kind of go through the next few slides, you'll see. But essentially what they're doing is, or what is being done, is they're comparing call logs, timestamps from call logs from when the phone was off, suggesting that, again, that the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, as well as incorrectly identifying the GPS point when the three-point turn ends.
Will you better be able to explain that to us with the further slides that come next?
Yes, I believe so.
If we could turn to the next page, please. Okay. Is this just a label of what's to come?
It is.
And could we turn to the next page, please? If we could start, Ms. Gilman, with the top left-hand box, if you could enlarge that for us. Did you review this information in this box?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And before we get to your opinions, what does this information tell you?
Sure. So this is a snapshot from my initial report where I point out that the ignition on happens approximately 3 seconds before the infotainment power on event. So you can see that. I think we're up a little too high on the page.
Like,
Yeah. So highlighted in the red. That's based on our testing where we identified that the ignition on, or your finger on the ignition pressing it, and the engine coming on and the vehicle coming on happens 3 seconds before the infotainment system powers on.
you were asked on cross-examination about that 3 seconds between the pressing the button and the infotainment system going on, but you weren't allowed to answer the question whether you considered it or why that was important. So I'm going to give you that opportunity now.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask the question, please.
Okay. Is there significance to that 3 seconds, and did you consider it in your report, in your
He's
findings?
so argumentative.
Yes, I did.
Share with us.
Sure. So when we make our adjustments based on the event, so in this case, the 3-point turn, what we're looking at is the approximate time frame when that 3-point turn occurred via Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. And then we're adjusting that for the approximate time that the tech stream event and that 3-point turn ends. So as we sync those clocks, we're adjusting not only for the difference in the clocks, but we're also adjusting for this 3-second delay.
Did you accommodate that 3-second delay in your analysis and your conclusions?
Yes, that was included in my analysis.
Now back to the screen. The information there, is that text taken from your actual report?
Yes, it is.
Could we shrink the screen, please? And then the photograph in the bottom left, if we could enlarge that, is that as well from your report?
Yes, that is also from my report.
Did we look at that yesterday on your direct examination?
Yes, I believe so.
And briefly tell us what that depicts?
Sure. So that's during our exemplar testing, where again we've got it rigged with cameras that are recording video and timestamps of interactions we're having with the vehicle, which include powering it on and powering it off.
If you could shrink the screen, and we'll go to the right, Ms. Gilman. What was the import of this screen to you in its entirety?
Sure. So this is not actually a valid way to adjust or synchronize clocks because, again, we're not adjusting based on a shared event. So the ignition on event occurs. It's not recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. But again, we are adjusting and including this in our timestamp adjustment.
If we turn to the next page, please. You were asked about the process of synchronization through phone calls or through the 3-point turn data.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you choose to use the 3-point turn data instead of phone calls?
Sure. So I chose to use the 3-point turn data because it was closer in time to the event that was of interest, as well as it was based not only on the infotainment clock, but it was also based on that running timer. So once we adjust that first event to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, the second event is also based on that running timer, so it would also be adjusted.
Did you have any concerns about using phone calls specifically?
Yes, I did.
And what were they and why?
Sure. So those concerns were related to the phone calls that we could actually compare, and again, some of the phone calls that happened earlier or closer to the event of interest were not actually recorded by the infotainment system itself.
Why is it important to take an event closest to the time of the event you're studying?
Sure. So like I kind of said before, clock variants will change between devices as they are constantly syncing back up with reference systems. So a clock difference that you see at 1 o'clock in the day is not going to be the same as you would see at 2 o'clock in the day.
When you chose the 3-point turn, how close to the backing up event was that in time?
I believe it was within 10 minutes or so.
Was that closer in time or further away in time than the phone calls as a method?
That was closer in time than the phone calls. If you think back to the phone calls that we could have compared, those occurred at 5 o'clock in the morning.
We turn to the next page, please. Did you have a chance to review this slide of the PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now you see on the left is a box. Where's that box taken from?
Sure. So that box on the left is taken from my report. That's going to be my initial report.
January 30th, 2025?
That's correct.
Okay. And share with us what you were trying to express in this box.
Sure. So again, this box is a
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I
Sure.
apologize. Ms. Gilman, is there any chance we could enlarge the box on the left? My apologies. Okay, please proceed.
Sure. So this is a comparison of the calls. So the infotainment call timestamps are on the furthest left column. So again, your infotainment system, when you plug your phone in, is recording and synchronizing your calls. It's not great about recording and synchronizing every call. So there's a lot of calls here that we don't have that we know exist based on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So the calls that we do have that were recorded in the infotainment system, we can compare to the timestamps that those are recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So when we do that, there's a couple things we notice is during that 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock and 4:45 time frame, when we look back at the power on and off events, we know the vehicle was not powered on at that time. So the vehicle's off. So those timestamps are not coming from the vehicle. They're coming from Mrs. Reed's iPhone or the defendant's iPhone. And then the times after 5:21, we know the vehicle has been powered up at that point. So those timestamps are coming from the infotainment system itself. So that's why we can actually do a comparison of those timestamps and determine the exact or the approximate clock variance.
When you look at the call timestamps of 1:14:13, 4:38:16, and 4:42:06, and 4:45:12, was the power on or off with the car during those four first calls?
Yeah, so with those first 5 calls, the car was powered off. And again, we know that based on the power on and off event. We also know that just by looking at the offset, it's a consistent 1 or 2 seconds. And that's what we typically expect and see between 2 iPhones. That's because iPhones are generally pinging back to Apple servers or GPS towers that are the same. So those times are pretty consistent and pretty accurate.
Was the power on by 5:04:28?
No, not at 5:04:28. It was still powered off.
So those first five events, were they reliable for you to use in synchronization?
No, they were not.
You gave us a number of reasons. One, the time distance between the event, and because they were phone to phone. Any other reasons why they weren't?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll strike the first part, ask the questions.
Besides the reasons you already gave us, are there any other reasons why this would not be a reliable way to synchronize 2 separate devices?
Not besides the points I've made already.
Okay. And if we could zoom back on this. The box on the right, is that from your report? Is that Mr. DeSorga?
That's Mr. DeSogra.
Was there anything about that analysis that concerned you?
Sure. So that analysis is misleading because, again, it's not comparing Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to the infotainment system. It's actually comparing the defendant's iPhone to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Is there any acknowledgement anywhere in Mr. DeSorga's report that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone rather than iPhone to infotainment?
No, there's not.
Did you ever receive any report from Mr. DeSorga that would alert that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone and not iPhone to infotainment?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
If we could go to the next slide, please. Is this a similar or different slide?
Sure. So this is a different slide.
Okay. If we can zoom in on the left box, please. Where does that box come from?
Sure. So again, that's coming from the same page of my report, just highlighting the 5:30 phone call. And this is comparing the iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe with the infotainment clock.
At that point, is the power on of the Lexus?
Yes. So at this point, the power is on. So this is a comparison of the infotainment clock with the iPhone clock at that time.
Could you zoom out? That final box that shows the comparison between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, do you have any concerns about the accuracy of that information for that time?
No. So I think those times are accurate. But again, that's at 5 o'clock in the morning when we're trying to adjust the clock variance. And it's too far away from the time in question. So if we zoom back in to the box, we can actually see in the data what I'm talking about as far as clock variance will change, with time. So the phone call at 5:21, we see an offset of around 8 seconds between the two devices, between the infotainment system and the iPhone. And then at 5:30, which is only 9 minutes later, we can see that offset has actually increased between 16 and 21.
In capturing this data, were there phone calls between the infotainment system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, those last two phone calls were between the infotainment system, or were recorded by the infotainment system with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
How does that happen?
Sure. So that's, when the device is connected up to the vehicle and you make a phone call, the call is recorded within the infotainment system and it's recorded with the infotainment system's timestamp.
Could you focus on the right-hand box, please? Did you review the right-hand box?
Yes, I did.
Was that from your report or is that Mr. DeSorga's opinion?
That's Mr. DeSogris.
Did you have any agreement with that?
Yes, so I do agree with that calculation, but again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning versus when we're really interested in around 12:30.
Can we have the next slide, please? Could we enlarge this? Do you know where this photograph came from?
Yes, so this screenshot came from Dr. Welcher's presentation.
When's the first time you saw this screen?
When I saw this presentation.
In Mr. DeSorga's report?
Correct, yes.
Had you seen this before that?
I had not seen this before that.
If we could focus in a little more, especially the bottom left hand. When you reviewed this, did you feel any need to do further testing?
Yes, I did.
Why?
So what we're looking at, if we zoom back out, so what that is the 12:23:38 is the approximate time that the text stream event occurred. Now, what we want to do is we want to be able to compare that to the 3-point turn from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. What you'll notice, though, is right here, we've got a circled GPS point. So if we can zoom in there. So this circle here is actually circled GPS point 155, which is after this point, but we'll kind of ignore that. But GPS 154, and it's hard to see, the time is 12:23:58. When we look at that, what we see is that actually that GPS position is recorded before the 3-point turn even starts.
You mentioned 154 begins recording before the 3-point turn starts.
Correct.
Is the end time of the 3-point turn a time before or after that 12:23:58?
Sure. So the end of the 3-point turn logically would be after this point.
At the time you saw the slide, had you broken down point 154?
No, not at the time that I saw this slide.
Could you zoom back out a little bit, please? The information in the right box, is that from you or from Mr. DeSorga?
That is not from me.
And when you read that, did that compel you to want to do anything?
Yes, it did. So again, my initial thought was to address this during testimony. With further review and further thought, I decided it was best to offer a supplemental report. What this is, basically the math I agree with. The point I don't agree with is that GPS 154 is the time towards the end of the 3-point turn. And now reviewing further data, we know that's not true.
The 12:23:58 event on the phone, is that related to the first event, the 3-point turn, or the second event, the backing maneuver?
So that's going to be related to the first event, the 3-point turn.
Was there any other data that was closer in time to the to the backing event that you had access to?
No, not that we had access to.
We can turn to the next slide, please. You've seen this part of the report before?
Yes, I have.
Having seen the earlier part of the report, does it help you explain and understand this diagram?
Yes, it does.
Is this your diagram or Mr. DeSorga's?
This is Mr. DeSogris.
Do you agree with this diagram?
No, I do not.
Okay, could you explain to us what this, from your perspective, from your experience, what this chart is trying to suggest?
Sure. So this chart is trying to suggest that the lock event always occurs after the end of the text stream event. And again, that's using inaccurate adjustments to make that conclusion.
I want you to use the pointer and I want you to take us line by line why you believe that this is inaccurate in trying to conclude the time of those locking adjustments.
Sure. So it's kind of hard to tell. So what we've got is we've actually got two different sections. So we've got the top section, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 events. So that's going to be the GPS event and those, let's see, no, that's going to be this, it's hard to say. That's going to be the phone calls and the GPS event that are calculated in this. And it's also done with the 3-second delay as well adjusted. But what we see is, so this obviously +1 is one of the phone calls that was from the defendant's iPhone time. So not from the infotainment system. So that's a inaccurate comparison. Same thing for the +2. The +1, the +2 again, the +8, the +16, and the +20 are going to be those last two calls. If you'll notice, the very last call, we can't really tell which phone call is the correct one to compare, so we're using both within that same time frame. And that's why we get the 16 or the 21-second variance. But again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning, so that's not appropriate for the time that we were interested in. And then the 20-second variance is coming from that inaccurate GPS position comparison.
Could we enlarge that a little bit, Ms. Gilman? On the 2021, is that plus or minus 21?
So that is -21.
The 20 and 21, is that based on different information than the 1, 2, and 8?
Yes, it is.
And explain again for us, where's the different source of the information?
Sure. So the -20 is coming from that GPS point 154, which we know is not the end of the three-point turn. It's right before the three-point turn begins. And the -21 is coming from the last phone call that happens around 5:20, I believe, or 5:30. And again, that's 5 hours after the time of interest.
The -20 and -21, is that suggesting that time should be taken off or put onto Mr. O'Keefe's phone for synchronization?
Sure. So that's suggesting that time should be, I'd have to go back to the other slides. I believe that's, either way, it's suggesting that the iPhone lock event occurs +6 or +5 seconds after the end of the text stream event.
Besides not accommodating for the timing of that timestamp at the beginning of the three-point turn, is there anything else about this that concerns you?
No, just that overall, these numbers can be misleading, again, because they're based on inaccurate adjustments, and could lead, again, the jury to believe that the lock event always happens after the end of the text stream event.
Could we go to the last page of Mr. DeSorga's report? Is this a conclusion offered by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it is.
Did you agree with that?
No, I did not.
Why not?
So again, based on those inaccurate adjustments, this slide is again kind of misleading in the fact that it states there's always interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the end of the text stream event.
You can take that down and turn that off, please, for a moment. After reviewing this report, you told us you then engaged in further study for synchronization?
Yes, I did.
Did you call me on May 7th?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you told to do about a report?
On May 7th?
Yes.
Sure. So I would just finish the report and submit it.
Did you?
I did.
And when did you submit it?
May 8th.
And do you know that it was provided to the defense by email on May 8th?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know if it was provided to the defense?
Yes, I know it was provided. I don't know when.
I've
Now,
never
if we could
seen this
have-
before.
Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint. We can go back.
I've never seen a prosecution witness get up there and go through a defense witness's report that hasn't even testified yet.
To page 38, please. After.
Says there are some yawns on the jury. I've never I've never seen this happen before. There are a lot of firsts in this. Yeah, we've only got like 7 more minutes until lunch. Until lunchtime. He went through his own witness testimony all over again and some. Yeah, he's he's using this to go through his own witnesses' testimony again and the the defense experts' testimony that hasn't even been given yet. Does this mean Dr. Welcher is going to come through ARCA's report and then ARCA is going to... I hope so. Oh, actually, yes, because he said that Dr. Welcher is going to talk about how... talk about the failures of ARCA. I'm here for it. Wait, what? Matt McCabe. Hold on. Hold, please. Hold, please. Hold, please. Shut up. Okay, hold on. Let's... This is from the Aperture website. Aperture announces strategic majority investment from Genstar Capital. Aperture announces strategic majority investment from Genstar Capital. Matt McCabe, the director at Genstar, said, we've been following Aperture's transformation for several years. Shut up. What are the chances? What are the chances? That can't be the same Matt McCabe. Oh my gosh. What are the chances of that? Because it's not a common name, you know? Uh, that's really funny though. Because what are the chances? But of course it has to be a Matt McCabe. Of course his name is McCabe. Because it doesn't even have to be the same one. It's just the fact that no matter what, no matter what we do in this trial, you can't escape Alberts and McCabe's or Bryans or bald troopers. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. Oh my gosh. Oh. It's everybody's a Brian.
A 15-minute lunch because the reason I have some work to do here. I thought it would be quicker to my fault, so go for lunch and Mr. Burgess again. You can
Okay,
follow
thank you.
All rise, please. Jurors, close the notebook, follow me.
Everybody's an Albert, a McCabe, a Brian, or a bald trooper. Like literally everybody. Literally everybody. Okay, so we're taking a 15-minute luncheon break. She said that the attorneys have something to deal with, so are we going to listen to them before lunch or after lunch, I wonder? We'll wait for a minute and see. 3:58, 44. We'll see if they're going to address whatever it is before or if they're coming back after. Oh, the court's still in session because the argues are lawyering. The argues are lawyering. The lawyers are arguing at sidebar. What's going on with Matt McCabe? There's a guy named Matt McCabe. It's not the same Matt McCabe, but there's a guy named Matt McCabe who's like from a company that I guess just became like the majority investor in that company, which is really funny because what are the chances? What are the chances? A girl I know who is also following this case closely went to college graduation, and one of the board members' names is Michael Proctor. It doesn't this stuff follow you around? Once you're like seriously involved in this, it just like the names follow you around. Like I'll be walking down the hall in the condo and somebody's, you know, dog will be named Julie Nagel or something. I don't know. Like it follows you around. Ugh. Or a bald trooper. Are they not all the troopers are like 96.2% of, I made that statistic up, of the Massachusetts State Police troopers are bald. How do we know they're not related? I don't know that they're not related. They might be distantly related. It's not the same Matt McCabe, but they could be distantly related. But that's really funny. Or they could be first cousins. Who knows? I don't even know. But it's really funny. What are the chances? uh, but his LinkedIn is current, I bet. I bet his LinkedIn is current. That's so funny. What was the other one that we found? It was somebody random who had like the same name as one of them. Yeah, Matt McCabe does work in IT. Yeah, he does work in IT. It's not the same one, but yeah, he does, which is another ironic coincidence. But there was somebody else that we found during the first trial that was like, it was somebody random that had the same name or something, and I can't remember what it was. Somebody had the same name as one of them. I want to think it was Proctor, but I can't remember. Oh yeah, we have a lot of wolves in this trial too, especially. We have a lot of wolves in this trial. I can't remember who it was. We found somebody that was like, they were like, there's no way, that's too ironic. And then ever since then, it's been like back to back. That's so funny. My email is brandi@brandichurchwell.com. Thank you, Tosh. Thank you. That's so funny. When is that article? I don't know. It's on their website. But that's really funny though. What are the chances? All right, so are they still fighting on sidebar, or are we at lunch? Because they said we're going to lunch for 50 minutes, but they were still arguing. Let's see. Closing arguments will be after after the prosecution rests their case, which I think one of the reporters said they were expecting to do that like Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. Then the defense will put on their case. Then the prosecution has a chance to do rebuttal. And then after that, they do closing arguments. I have a cousin named Laurie Shaver. Shaver's my mom's maiden name. Oh, that's funny. Different Laurie Shaver. Definitely different Laurie Shaver. Yeah, we still probably got a couple weeks. Let's see. It doesn't say if they're done yet. Will you be live streaming the Brian Koberger trial? Potentially. I am going to do that one next because since I've already got all the timelines and stuff, I've got a couple new things I have to update on there, like some of the newer stuff that's come out. But since I've already done so much on that one, and I think the trial is going to be in August, I'm going to do that one next. Plus, y'all, every single day in chat, y'all are begging me to do that one. My inbox stays blown up asking me to do that one next. So ask and you shall receive. I'm going to do that one next. Plus, I've already got so much information on it, and I've already put so much into the timelines and stuff. So rather than starting on something else right now, I'll do it. I do see the hearts, yes. Do you take a day off? No. Sometime, every once in a while. Every once in a while. Not often. I plan on it this weekend though. So those of you who have been with me for a while, know that the end of May is a little bit emotional. My dad, I can't remember what trial we were doing at the time when I was like hysterically crying all day. My dad passed away on May 23rd and his birthday is May 26th. So Memorial Weekend, like around that area is always, emotional. But the good thing about it being that time of year is that it is always around Memorial Weekend. So a lot of times I get to, and my dad loved the beach, so which is part of why we used to come here all the time because his favorite steak place is here. So it's nice because I always get to kind of I always try to take Memorial Weekend off and, deal with the emotions. So I am planning on doing that this week. Chat Daddy's coming up. Oh, I'm going to end our poll. Chat Daddy's coming up on Friday so we can go to bingo with my mama. And I'm going to work on getting the podcast done this week. I'm going to work on it in the evenings or whatever so that I can try to be done with that. And since we have a half day on Thursday and then court's out on Friday, I'm going to try to get the podcast done then so that I can have a full weekend off. Thank you. My dad, Lucy's over there shaking her bowl. She's like, it's luncheon time. She's like, she's wanting me to feed her. It was in 2010. So this year will be 15 years. So, and have you ever heard the thing about, have y'all ever heard the thing about cardinals? How when a cardinal comes up, it's like a person saying hello from heaven or whatever. And so every time I see a cardinal, I'm like, oh, it's my dad. And when Chat Daddy and I met and I started hanging out at, with him all the time, now I'm in Orlando a lot of the time and then here a lot of the time, and we always sit out back and there's a cardinal that always comes while we're sitting out on the lanai, and there's a cardinal that always comes, and I see it and I'm like, oh, it's my dad. And he said that cardinal used to not come around before I got there, which I think is really cool. All right, I'm going to give y'all beach cam because it is an insanely beautiful day. And it's so pretty. Look how pretty it is out there. Oh, I just love it. All right, so we'll take luncheon recess. I guess all of the arguing that they're going to do is from, hey Mary, am I going to do Brian Walsh in October? I'm not sure. It depends on how long Koberger goes. I'm definitely going to follow it. I don't know if I'm going to cover it, but yeah. I saw where he's trying to have his internet searches, which are very damning, how he's trying to have those thrown out now, right? Because he says that my voice gets scratchy again. He says that the Commonwealth is saying that they don't trust Celebrite, so now he wants his internet searches thrown out or whatever. Crazy. All right, let's 3:58, which means what time? Oh wait, hold on. 3:58. 40. What time are we coming back? She said a 50-minute lunch break, but that was at, what time did she say that at? Maybe I should have paid closer attention. Oh, she said that around 1 o'clock, so like 1:50. Okay. All right, till 1:50. All right, I'm going to take Lucy out, get some food, and then I'll come back. Oops, I'm disappearing. And then I'll come back. I will see y'all in just a few minutes. She heard me say out, and now she's over here. I'll see y'all in just a few minutes. Imagine having to read your personal text messages in court. Be careful what you put in writing. Look, after those Higgins texts, I was like, I'm getting a burner phone. I think all communication that I have for the rest of my life needs to be on a burner phone. I'll be more afraid of the work besties group text coming out. What would be worse? Let's do a poll. Which would be the worst for you to come out in open court? Which is the worst for you to come out in open court? Okay, text with spouse. Text with bestie. Group work text. Group friends text. I know which one for me. Jury is entering.
Put us back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Sir, when I asked you about your first report regarding the protocol, you told us October 10th, followed by your supplement on the 17th. You did not remember the day that you first received any information offered by Mr. DeSorga. Is there a document that may refresh your memory?
Yes, there is.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
I don't want you to read this, I just want you to look at it. You can look at any part of it.
Okay.
And look up when you're done, then I'll ask you a question.
I love when they say look up when you're done. Like look up and make eye
Okay.
contact with me. Look longingly into my eyes.
Does that refresh your memory the first time that you saw any information provided by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it does.
And when was that?
November 7th of 2024.
Before or after you recognized the megabyte oversight?
That would be after.
Okay, now Brennan, show when
I want to
you
go back
turned
to
that
where we
report
were,
over.
where we were at before we went to lunch. You had described two text stream events. I want to focus on the first text stream event, and that is the text stream event relative to the three-point turn.
Okay.
You had described that there was a timestamp 154. Just to reacquaint us, can you very briefly tell us the significance of 154?
Sure. So GPS point 154 is a GPS point that occurs just before the three-point turn starts.
And why is it important to identify when that turn starts and when it ends?
Sure. So what we're specifically looking at comparing is the end of the 3-point turn. That's going to be the text stream event ending, which is near the end of the 3-point turn, as well as the end of the 3-point turn as recorded in Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Was it important to identify the beginning and end of that event to come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty regarding the variance between the text stream data and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there was. So we can't say, we can pinpoint approximately when the 3-point turn ends based on the GPS data. But best practice would be to use a range of time. So the range we're using is the time that the 3-point turn starts to the time that the 3-point turn ends.
Could we have from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint number 41, please? Is this part of your presentation helpful in explaining the beginning and end point of that 3-point turn?
It does. So if you recall yesterday, the first heading change from a general north heading is depicted by that green shading circle.
Could you use your pointer, please?
Sure, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can you enlarge just a little bit?
So again, this green circle is going to be the center of this circle is going to be the GPS point itself. That's going to be centered on the horizontal radius, which is the accuracy. So the green circle represents the 16-foot accuracy zone. The black arrow coming off in a northwestern direction is going to be the heading for that point. And then again, the yellow is going to be the approximately 8 seconds later when the heading changes again in a southerly direction, and then the GPS points after that also continue south with increasing speed.
What part of the 3-point turn event does the green circle signify?
Sure, so that's going to be the approximate beginning of the 3-point turn.
And that time?
That's going to be 12:23:59.
The yellow circle, what part of the 3-point turn does that indicate?
Sure, so that's going to be approximately the end of the 3-point turn, and that time is going to be 12:24:07.
Is there any correlation between the times in the green, the time difference between the green and yellow circle, and the range you ultimately arrive at as far as the synchronization variance?
Yes, so that is what determines that range of 21 to 29 seconds.
This illustration or diagram where you've put the green circle, is that based on actual data?
Yes, that is based on actual data recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
That data, is it accurately reflected in this diagram?
Yes, it is. So again, the GPS point that is recorded within the iPhone, every point has a horizontal accuracy. And again, that horizontal accuracy is depicted by the green circle.
Is that level of precision used when you create this diagram?
Yes, it is.
The yellow circle, is that specifically reflected in the data, or is that an estimate?
Sure, so that's specifically reflected in the data. So that is another GPS position that has been recorded by the iPhone. Again, with a horizontal accuracy, a timestamp, and a speed and heading.
Objection. It's
How
data.
about the orange circles?
So the orange circles are are portions of the GPS positions leading up to this event. So if we went back one slide, you would see, it would zoom out, obviously, so a little bit harder to see. But essentially what we've done is I've removed the other orange circles representing GPS points heading north and the GPS points heading south after the 3-point turn. And I've just removed those for clarity to kind of clean up the map so it's easier to read.
On the left, text stream 11621. Remind us again where that information comes from?
Sure. So that's the text stream. That's the end of the text stream event for the 3-point turn. And that is based on the infotainment clock as well as that running timer from the airbag control module.
Does this diagram reflect the data that you
Data.
reviewed to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it does.
Dater. This isn't Fairview. This is that 3-point turn.
Breaking
data.
down this timestamp 154 and getting into the minute detail of when it started and ended, One of your charts, does it also show it numerically?
Yes, it does.
Can we have number 40, please? Before we discuss this again, where did you get the information to put in this chart?
Sure. So this is coming from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Specifically, it's coming from a SQLite database that is recording locations as he's using the Waze app to navigate.
Is the information in this chart or diagram directly from the data?
It is directly from the data.
Is this accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
Dater.
If we could zoom in just a little, we'll have to go left to right, Ms. Gilman. We start with the left. Timestamp 154. At what point in that three-point turn does 154 represent on the left?
Yeah. So timestamp 12:23:58 or GPS point 154 is approximately 1 second before we see the heading change. If we could zoom out just a little bit. A little bit more. Yep. So we see the heading change represented in green. That's a heading change to 284. Before that, we've got a pretty consistent heading of 348 to 339. So that first heading change, as well as the drop in speeds, is indicative of a three-point turn maneuver.
The latitude and longitude, did that assist you in making the diagram with the circles on it?
Yes, it did.
How so?
So the latitude and longitude are the center points for each GPS point, or the center point for each circle.
There's a green highlighted row and an orange highlighted row. What's the difference between the two?
Sure. So the green highlighted row is, again, the beginning, the approximate beginning of the three-point turn. And the orange or the yellow is the approximate end of the three-point turn.
And the time between the green and the orange lines?
Approximately 8 seconds.
Is that consistent with the range that you've shown for synchronization?
Yes, it is.
Point 21 or plus 21 and plus 29?
Yes, it is.
The inevitable variance that you found between the text stream data and between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, could you share with us to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what that variance is?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion about the time range in the synchronization between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data and the Lexus clock that shows the text stream data to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Objection, Your Honor, and appreciated approach at the appropriate time.
Okay, so answer that question, yes or no.
Sure. So, yes, I can.
So I'll see you at side then, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Dater 19. The 3-point turn is goodness gracious. The 3-point turn is what they're using because that set off like different text stream data points too. So they're able to follow John O'Keefe's Waze app to show where he was, like the latitude and longitude, to show them passing Fairview Road. And then they went, because they didn't know where they were going, they passed Fairview Road, went down a little ways, did a 3-point turn, and then came back and then turned south onto Fairview Road and went that way. So the first text stream data event that they're using is the 3-point turn. So they used that one and then the second one to try to sync up or correlate the timestamps on everything. Hasn't he already questioned this guy once? Yes. We live here now. It's just going to be the longest ever. Yeah, he had him on direct testimony. And then we did the I looked up the one sitting next to Sue, I don't know her name. I looked up and she just popped up out of, anyway. Guess you had to be there. But anyway, Alessi did the cross-examination and now Brennan's doing redirect. Forever. Sue O'Connell said definitely low energy in the jury box, even from the note takers. They're all tired of hearing this. DePietro or whatever his name is, he's, because if you put in a request, then they have like a lottery that or like a randomized system that will let you let them know which ones are going to be able to be in there. He's funny. He's funny because his tweets are, he doesn't mean to be funny, but he's funny. It's like his tweets are like a fairy tale that's loosely based on, loosely inspired by real life. So I thought it was a parody account. Brennan is beating a dead horse. Yes, I agree. When does Hank think she hit him? After the second 3-point turn. Also, what happened to the theory that she gunned it in reverse? So there's the two issues that, or two text stream incidents or whatever they're calling them that they have. The first one is the 3-point turn. The second one is the gunning it in reverse. But they've changed the time on that and everything. They changed the time on it. It was 12:45, and then it was 12:23, and then it was 12:31, and now it's 12:32. And then that 3-point turn is before they turn onto Fairview, and then that when they do that actual, what are they calling it, like the backup maneuver or whatever, they said originally it was like 62 feet forward and then 62 feet in reverse, and now it's like 35 feet forward and 85 feet in reverse. Don't know how that maths up, but and 24.2 miles per hour. I don't know how that, I don't know how to do that either. I'll be interested to hear their new crash reconstructionist try to explain it. Like Lally even put it in his opening statements last year, or his closings or something, that it was 12:45.
Can we go back to slide 40, please? In reaching your conclusion about the variance between the defendant's Lexus as contained in the text stream, as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, was stamp 154, timestamp 154, part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
Was the running clock on the text stream data part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
What else was part of your analysis?
Sure. So in addition to the location data, including the GPS 154, that would be the running clock for the text stream data, as well as the infotainment clock from the Lexus.
How does the running clock correlate with the text stream data and with the time on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
Sure. So they correlate. So the running clock and the infotainment clock are used to create that timestamp for the text stream events 1 and 2. And then comparing those to the iPhone, we can adjust and get a clock variance for those.
Did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the variance range between the defendant's Lexus and its clock system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance that is needed to identify for synchronization?
Second, Your Honor.
Oh,
That is 21 to 29 seconds.
We now have number 43.
All they've said so far is like they're kind of like low energy.
Did you create this diagram?
I did, yes.
When comparing the text stream event, the backing maneuver, to Mr. O'Keefe's clock on his phone, do you recognize the different timestamps on each device?
Yes, I do.
When you are trying to synchronize them, what do you do? What is the base? Do you start with the text stream event and you add, or do you start with Mr. O'Keefe's phone and subtract?
Sure. So we could do it either way. Because we're wanting to compare this against other events that happened or occurred on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, we're going to adjust the text stream clock or the Lexus clock to Mr. O'Keefe's clock. But you could do it either way.
The window that is depicted on this diagram, this is not the three-point turn?
No, this is not the three-point turn.
Which event is this?
This is going to be the backing maneuver.
The green, what does that green depict?
Sure. So the green depicts the range of time that this text stream event ended. So based on our range of 21 to 29 seconds, and applying that, adding that to the Lexus clock, we get a adjusted time of 12:32:04 to 12:32:12, and that's going to be the approximate end time of text stream event 11:62:2.
Now again, the text stream data has a limit on the amount of time available?
Can you rephrase your question? So I
Sure. You said
understand.
a window is captured during a triggering event.
Sure. Yes. So there is a window that's captured during the triggering event.
And what is that window? How much time?
Sure. So from the text stream trigger, there's 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after.
Can an event be longer than that 10-second window?
Yes, it can.
And in this case, do you know at the end of this reconciled event at 12:32:12, do you know from your study what direction the defendant's car was traveling at 12:32:12?
It would have been traveling in reverse.
And at 12:32:12, do you know how fast the defendant's Lexus was traveling at 12:32:12?
I do not recall.
Mr. O'Keefe's last user interaction with his phone at 12:32:09, where does that fall within the 10-second window that was captured by the text stream data?
Sure. So that falls within that 8-second window. So again, the text stream event ends somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12. But that does not represent that the backing maneuver has ended. Just the recorded data has ended.
And in your review, do you have, around this time, any other movement of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after 12:32:16?
I did not look at that specifically. It was my understanding that Mr. Whiffen looked at that.
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did both these events, the last user interaction and the window captured on the reconciled data for the text stream, happen around the same time?
Yes, they did.
I have no further questions,
Goodness.
or I can approach later or now.
so we can approach again from the
25. 26. Okay. What are we thinking? How are we feeling? Oh. Oh, Robert Alessi's gonna recross, I think. Um, there's a new filing. Oh, there's a couple of new filings. What's today? May 19th? May 20th. Oh, for buffer zone stuff. Request for review. So remember on the buffer zone order, Judge Canoni said, Judge Canoni said something about you can ask for the judge to review your issue or whatever if you've had interaction with the troopers over it. So there's 3 requests for that. Yeah, they'll resolve it all once the trial's over. It's like looks like there's 3 of them that were filed. Lots of heads down in the jury box, it says.
Your Honor, I move into evidence the following pages from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint presentation. Move into evidence page 41. I move into evidence page 40. And I move into evidence page 43.
Okay, loud.
That's a yelling.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Once we get these marked, I'll be.
Thank you.
Once we get them marked. Yeah, he's done. It looks like there were, he can't enter in the entire report. So
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Alessi.
he's entering in specific pages for it that they went over. remember he asked to enter the whole thing and she said, no, it's like 100 and whatever pages. So he's entering in the specific pages.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, between the time you left the witness stand yesterday until this moment, have you talked to anyone about this case?
No, sir, I have not.
Has a filing ever been made in any court in which your educational background has been misrepresented?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Pardon me?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did I understand that you're based out of the Aperture office in Texas?
Yes, I am.
And are you aware of a case in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall
this was coming.
Division, titled Jeffrey Glover and Teresa Glover versus Graphic Packaging International LLC? Are you familiar with that case?
Yes, I am.
And is it correct that in that case, well, tell me how you are participating in that case, sir?
So I'm no longer participating in that case. So if I believe correctly, that would have been a accident reconstruction case from, I don't recall, a year or two ago.
And so it was a case that you did participate in, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what was your role in that case?
Sure. So my role in that case was an accident reconstructionist.
And did you provide any testimony, deposition, or otherwise in that case?
No, I did not.
Did you, in that particular...
I pulled, when I was doing a search for him, I pulled this in Pacer and I have the document. And on that one, this is the one I was talking about yesterday. On that document, it has his Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration from University of Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama, 2024.
particular case, there were, like all cases, filings made, correct?
I'm sure there were, yes.
Sue O'Connell said the energy level has increased a bit. One juror has suspicious curiosity on their face, according to Sue.
Marked as the next exhibit for identification,
Okay.
please.
Exhibit EEE for ID.
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am showing you a document which has been marked as Exhibit EEE for identification, and I'd ask that you take a look at it, sir. Your Honor, may I remain here?
Sure, as
Thank
long
you.
as you stand back a little bit.
Exactly, yes. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll make it even farther.
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, with regard to Exhibit EEE, do you recognize the second page, and do you recognize any stamping at the top of each of those pages?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe what that stamping
please?
Sure. So that is stamping for a file date of 8/7/2023.
And is that a stamping of a federal court?
That I'm not sure.
If I were to show you a document, might a document refresh your recollection as to whether
Sure.
It is federal because I got the
Exhibit
documents in
EEE
Pacer.
is a filing in a federal court?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Sure.
I'll put it.
I
I'll
am
put it
showing
in
you,
the
Did you
spreadsheet.
show those to Mr. Brennan? as
I,
well?
thank you, Your Honor. I believe I did, but I want to make sure.
And just let me know if we need to mark.
We will, Your Honor. Can I mark each of
Yes.
these for identification? There,
Yep.
let me just give one first. If I could see that back and court report, I want to see if this is the second page for that document. It is, so it could be marked as one document for identification.
FFF, right? Thank you.
Can I reach over you, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, I am showing you what has been marked as Exhibit FFF for identification and ask whether or not this document can refresh your recollection as to whether the court filing that you reviewed in Exhibit EEE is indeed a federal court.
Yes, it is.
So that document refreshes your recollection that what has been filed as represented in EEE is a filing in a federal court, correct, sir?
Correct.
Now, what I'd like to do is to draw your attention to the second page of this exhibit. Is that a curriculum vitae of you and a picture of you?
Yes, it is.
And sir, under education,
Objection.
I would,
The objections stay.
do you,
Do you want to bring it over? We can take
I
it
will,
over.
Your Honor, I will.
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
This is it. So you can see, I pulled this from Pacer. You can see right here, it has Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama, Birmingham, 2024. So, and the thing is, continuing education in digital forensics and accident reconstruction. But also he's got this presentation listed for September of 2023. But this was filed in August of 2023. So, I don't know. Here, I'll post it so y'all can have it. I put it on the Where, the presentation thing is weird, right? I'll put that one in the spreadsheet too. Just that part. Both of those in the spreadsheet. For those of you who would like to follow along with the class. Stand up and stretch.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I'm going to have to get a little close in
Sure.
proximity. Bear with me, please. What I would like to do, sir, is to put before you again Exhibit FF for identification and Exhibit EE for identification. And what I would like to do is to ask you some questions, sir, with regard to the process in the case.
Okay.
Are you aware, or do you recall in this litigation that, as typical in litigation, including federal courts, that as part of the litigation process, the parties have to designate their expert witnesses? Are you aware generally of that process?
Generally, yes.
Yes. And have you participated in the documents that need to be prepared for an attorney or a party to prepare documents and submit them to a court to establish the designation of expert witnesses?
No, I have not.
And so you have never participated or never been aware of a process like this?
No, I'm aware of a process, and that process goes through other staff members
Okay, so it goes through other staff members where?
at Aperture.
Right.
Correct.
Are you aware that that process is occurring, even though it may be done by other staff at Aperture?
Yes, I am.
And in this instance, you were aware in this litigation that staff at Aperture needed to submit documents in support of an expert witness designation, correct? Even though you may not have done it yourself, you were aware that some person or persons at Aperture were performing that process, correct?
Correct.
And they were performing that process so that you could be designated as an expert witness in that case, correct?
Correct.
And so you were aware of the process, you were aware they had to submit documents that would establish your qualifications as an expert in the case so that you could be designated as an expert witness, correct?
Correct.
And now specifically with regard to Exhibit EEE for identification with these court filings, etc., even though you may not have done it yourself, were you aware that this document, which is EEE, was submitted as part of the expert designation process we were talking about?
Not this specific document, no.
Were you aware that a CV was needed to be submitted on your behalf as part of the designation process?
Yes.
So you were aware a CV had to be submitted, but you're saying you don't recall this specific one being submitted?
Correct.
Does the timestamp up at the top of each page of Exhibit EEE, including this page that is your CV, match the timestamp, or is it different from the timestamp at the top of Exhibit FFF?
No, that is the same.
So it's exactly the same.
Yes.
And have you been involved in processes in courts where your qualifications, including your CV, have had to be submitted to courts to establish a designation as an expert witness?
Yes.
And can you conclude from these documents, including the timestamps, that the submission that was made to the court to establish your status and as an expert witness consisted of exhibits F, 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 and E, E, E?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move E, 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 and F, F, F into evidence.
Objection.
You need one more step, Mr.
And, sir, do E, 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 and F, F, F fairly and accurately represent the submission of documents in support of a designation of expert witness in this case?
Yes, as far as I can tell.
Your Honor, I offer these two into evidence.
I'm going to allow it over here.
May I get her briefing?
Yes, come on up. Bring those, please, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
Brennan apparently objects to these coming in, and she's admitting them over his objection. She's allowing them in. She's saying that he has to go through the extra steps. So they have to first have the witness identify them and say that, you know, do these fairly and accurately represent whatever it is they fairly and accurately represent. Once they are identified by the witness as fairly and accurately representing whatever it is that they say it is, then they can enter them into evidence, but they have to be identified for the record first. So that's what he did. And she said she's going to admit it over his objection. So I guess Brennan doesn't want them to come in, but. Brennan's gonna like lose his mind, like actually having objections sustained. So, Your Honor, what do you mean? Can I see you outside? Your Honor, can we talk about this outside, because you're really making me mad. Isn't this lying to a federal court? So here's the arguments for both sides. You could say, I guess, that because this date is listed for 2024, you could say it was filed in 2023. So you could still say, I guess, that that's your pending date, but also that brings up questions like, were you actually enrolled? How are you putting the date when, like, if you took like one class per semester for 17 years, at this point, you got to be getting close, right? So I don't know.
You have reapproach, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm going to have to stand here again, Mr.
Sure.
Burgess. So what I would like to do, Your Honor, at this time is to offer into evidence Exhibit E, 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 and Exhibit F, F, F for identification.
As one exhibit?
As one exhibit.
All right, we'll do that. Court reporter.
And that would be the order.
Exhibit 193.
Thank you. May I hand to the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, I am handing you what is now in evidence as Exhibit 193. I would like to draw your attention to the fourth page, which is your CV, and further, if I could, sir, draw your attention to the category of education, where it says BGS is it correct that there you state Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, comma, 2024. Did I read that correct?
You did read that correctly. And this was filed in 2023.
Understood. So now what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to, may I keep this for a moment, Your Honor, give it to the witness as needed. Thank you. With Your Honor's permission, I would like to publish a document that is already in evidence.
Okay.
Actually, there may be two, 183 and 184. Let's start with 183. Let's expand it. And then, Mr. Wolf, do we have what has just been to publish as well? So what I'd like to do is to publish first, with the court's permission, Exhibit 193 that we were just talking about, so the jury can see what has been the subject of discussion. And sir, if you, Mr. Wolk, if you could just enlarge, all we need is the education section. Now, Mr. Burgess, as I heard it correctly in questions from Mr. Brennan, you answered the question that whether you had ever filed a document that misstated your educational background in a court. Do you recall that question asked of you?
Yes, I did.
And your answer was no, correct, sir?
Correct.
So let's look at this document, which we've just gone through, was filed in federal court in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, which is a federal court. And attached to it is your CV, and in the line of education, it lists under BGS, Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama, 2024. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, you stated, and now what I'd like to do is do a, is there any qualification whatsoever in that line, that reference to BGS, qualifications at all, explanation, sir? Is there anything?
I don't know what you mean.
It's just a statement, right? There's words there, there's nothing after it that explains what's intended, correct?
Correct.
Now what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to go to what was filed in this case, which is in evidence, and we'll go to 183 and then 184. Now, in what has been filed in this case, there is a currently pursuing at the end after University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's go back, please, to Exhibit 193. There is no currently pursuing there, is there, sir?
There is not, but that was filed in 2023, so that would be an expected graduation date of 2024.
Okay, so it was, this document was filed in 2023. However, there's nothing in this document that in any way leads the reader to believe anything other than the degree is obtained on 2024, correct?
Correct.
So the only way somebody in the court system or a judge or a jury would know anything about this is to have to know about court filing dates, correct? I'll ask it another way, Mr. Burgess. You know how to write. Let's go back to 183 and 184. You know how to write currently pursuing on your CV, correct?
Oh
Correct.
boy. Oh boy.
And writing currently pursuing lets the reader know that you don't have that degree, correct?
Objection.
In that form, it's sustained.
You intend by writing currently pursuing, don't you, sir, that anybody reads this to know that you do not have a bachelor degree, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go back to what you filed in federal, what was filed in federal court in that case. And it does not have the words currently pursuing, correct?
It does not.
So the
Correct.
reader, it doesn't have that verbiage, correct?
Correct.
So isn't it the correct answer that you did file a document, your CV, in this federal court case that misstates the status of a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
Objection.
Sustained.
Excuse me, Your Honor. You stated again, sir, that you have not filed a document that misstates your educational background, correct?
Correct.
And the last time I'll cover it, you know how to put currently pursuing on anything to do with a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct.
A Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration does not exist as an offered degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, does it?
Sure. So that is an error. Clearly, BGS stands for Bachelor's of General Studies, and that should have a with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
What is clear from that document that BGS stands for a Bachelor of General Studies? What is clear in that document about the definition of that acronym?
That is a known acronym.
Let's go back to Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. That degree does not exist. It is not offered at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, correct?
No, that is not.
So therefore, an incorrect statement about your educational background was filed in a federal court in Texas, correct?
Yes, it was.
That's it, Mr. Alessi? You
That's
done?
it.
Okay. Is there anything?
There is.
Okay.
Of course.
The document that the attorney just showed you, did you submit that to the federal court?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see that document before it was filed?
No, I did not.
The document says 2024 for a degree. Is there a presumption whether you had it or expected it if that document was filed in 2023?
Yes, there is.
And what is the presumption if it was
The-
filed in 2023?
Objection, Your Honor, respect.
So presumption,
Well,
well, I'll strike that.
okay. He asked if there was any designation to make it clear. If it says 2020, if it was filed in 2023, and it says 2024, what was your expectation at that time as far as your degree?
That I would complete my degree in 2024.
When you didn't complete your degree in 2024 as you expected, did you then change your CV
Yes, I did.
to accurately reflect the change in your status?
Yes, I did.
And what did you change it to?
Currently pursuing.
Why didn't you finish your degree in 2024?
Sure. So
Objection, Your Honor, still.
No, I'm going to allow it.
as most people can probably relate, work, family, and life many times get in the way. So as a personal objective, I would like to finish my bachelor's, but again, work and life gets in the way.
Did you ever represent to a court that you had a degree that you didn't earn?
No, I have not.
He asked you a number of questions about this 2023 filing, but didn't ask you any questions about the data. Does your opinion regarding the data change in any way
That's not true. He
in
did
light of
ask him a
his
bunch of questions about the
a
data.
2023 filing that you didn't file and someone filed on your behalf?
Objection.
Motion sustained, I'm gonna strike that question.
Yeah, that was a
for it.
bullshit. Sorry, that was a BS question. That was he,
First, you are all set.
Thank you.
Mr. Brennan?
I'd like to play a number of clips. If I could begin with clip 23.
So we approach from the north, we actually miss the turn, and John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it, it's back there, it's on my left. I said, all right, so I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
I'd like to next play clip 25.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John where you can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage truck. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the slight ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door. You hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
that's the one y'all asked about
And
earlier.
finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Thank you. I have these for submission into evidence, Your Honor.
All that stuff that we already. All that stuff we already know.
The next witness, Mr. Allen?
Yes, Your Honor, call Miss Christina Hanley to the stand.
Excuse us.
Step up, face the clerk and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the court, the jury, and the case now hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is Hanley.
And Ms. Hanley, what do you do for work?
I am a forensic scientist 3 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
And where did you go to school?
I went to I had received my Bachelor of Science in Chemistry with the concentration in Forensics from
Did you?
Merrimack College.
Did you?
And
see
do you
it.
have any other degrees?
I do not.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
I began working at the State Police Crime Lab in 2008 in the Drug Identification Unit. And in 2009, I transferred into the Trace Unit. And in 2017, I was promoted from a Forensic Scientist 2 to a Forensic Scientist 3 in the Trace, Arson, and Explosives Unit.
Could I ask you please to speak up, please?
Ms. Hanley, if it helps, that microphone is adjustable, so if you could get it as close to you as possible, that would be great. Thank you. The Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory where you work, is that accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
We are accredited by ANAB.
And what does ANAB stand for?
ANAB stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board.
And what does ANSI stand for?
Sorry, I can't remember exactly what ANSI stands for. I apologize.
That's okay. As part of that accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
Sure. So proficiency tests are a quality assurance measure that's used to monitor performance. And I'm required to complete at least one external proficiency test per year, where I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines. In my unit, I typically complete more than one proficiency test per year.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
Sure. So I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines in Trace. So I complete proficiency tests in the subdisciplines of hairs, paint, fibers, glass, tape, and serial number restorations and physical match examinations.
And generally speaking, what is entailed in those proficiency testing that you're given multiple times a year?
It's provided by an external company that provides the proficiency test, and I'm required to successfully complete one of those proficiency tests per year.
Now, have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes, I have.
Now, what type of training or continuing education have you undergone at the State Police Crime Laboratory?
Sure. So I had internal training as well as external training. The internal training consisted of I had to complete required readings. I was required to complete some laboratory exercises, learn how to utilize the instrumentation in the lab. I observed other analysts in the unit working on casework. I was also required to complete a written exam as well as a competency test, and in addition to that, a mock trial.
I want to do a mock trial.
You mentioned earlier in the testimony you're a forensic scientist 3 currently, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the difference, or can you explain the difference to the jury between a forensic scientist 2 versus a forensic scientist 3?
Sure. So forensic scientist 2 is essentially just like a bench chemist who their primary role or responsibility is casework. A forensic scientist 3 does casework, but in addition is also a unit supervisor.
Now, what does the Trace Unit do or examine within the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Sure. So I'm responsible for examining and comparing trace items that, for example, such as paint, glass, fibers, hairs, tape, miscellaneous items. I also perform serial number restorations on firearms and physical match examinations.
And what are your general duties and responsibilities within the trace unit within the lab?
So I am responsible for the general operation of the unit. I train other forensic scientists within the unit. I also complete technical and administrative reviews of casework. And I also complete my own casework in the trace disciplines that I previously mentioned.
Now, Ms. Hanley, you as a supervisor, you review other analysts' work within the trace unit, correct?
Yes, I do.
And who reviews your work for any sort of trace analysis that you do?
So depending on what the subdiscipline, some of the casework that I'm authorized to do work in, it needs to be technically reviewed by an external technical reviewer because I'm the only one within my unit that can do certain types of casework currently. So we have to utilize an external technical reviewer at this time.
Now, with reference to physical match analysis, can you explain to the jury first, just in general terms, how is that analysis performed?
Sure. So when I receive an item, I take that item into my custody, and I document it with photographs, and I make observations and take notes. And then I'll examine the items microscopically, and I will do any comparison work to determine if there is or is not a physical match between items.
Now, that physical match analysis within the trace unit at the state lab, is that general work supported by any sort of scientific principle or methodology that you're aware of?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with something called the Lockhart exchange principle?
Yes. So the Lockhart exchange principle, it's kind of the foundation or basis of trace analysis. It is a principle that states that when two objects or two items come into contact with each other, there is an exchange of material.
Now, with reference to your workspace, what is it that you do to your bench between your examination of separately packaged items?
Sure. So the bench top as well as the tools that I'm going to use are all cleaned with a bleach solution. And once that's done, there's a clean piece of butcher paper that's put down on the bench, and that's done in between looking at different items.
And why is it that you do that in between looking at different items?
That's done to prevent any cross-contamination.
Now, you've alluded a little bit earlier in your testimony, but on what types of evidence can you perform a physical match analysis?
Sure. So physical match examination can be conducted with many different types of material. For example, plastics, glass, tape, etc.
Now, when evidence is submitted to your lab, how is it kept track of throughout its stay at the lab?
Sure. So when evidence is submitted to the laboratory, the case information is put into our LIMS system, which stands for Laboratory Information Management System.
And once it's assigned that number, how is it sort of tracked as it progresses through the different units within the lab?
Sure. So the unique case number that's assigned to the case is tracked within the system. It's referred to as the chain of custody. So items of evidence will get scanned depending on where their location is, and the LIM system keeps track of all of that, so we know exactly where an item is.
So when you take an item or you receive an item to be tested, can you explain to the jury what you do to begin your analysis?
Sure. So when an item gets scanned into my custody, after I've prepped my area to examine the item, I scan that item into my custody, and I will document that item with photographs. I will make notes of my observations. I will examine the item microscopically. If needed, I'll proceed with sampling and possibly additional microscopic examination and instrumental analysis.
Now, specifically starting with items of glass, when you take an item of glass to conduct a comparative analysis, generally speaking, what is the process for conducting such an examination of glass?
So it'd be the same process that I just mentioned. I would take that item, take photos, make any observations. I would proceed with first I would check to see if there's any physical match comparisons, and then if needed, I would take any samples to examine it microscopically and or instrumentally.
And that general process that you've just described is the items that you tested in reference to this case or analyzed in reference to this case. Is that the process that you followed in this case?
Yes.
Now, what kind of instruments do you use, starting off with items of glass, what kind of instruments do you use to conduct that analysis?
Sure. So I'll use a stereo zoom microscope to initially examine it microscopically. If I take samples to do additional microscopic examination, I'll examine it under a polarized light microscope. And then if I need to take samples to do instrumental analysis, that would be using our, it's referred to as a GRIM, which stands for Glass Refractive Index Measurement. It's an instrument that measures the refractive index of glass.
And if you could, please explain to the jury, what is a refractive index?
Sure. A refractive index is a measure of how light bends when it passes from one medium to another.
And how are you viewing that utilizing the GRIM device when it comes to glass?
So a sample is prepped on a slide, and it is placed on a hot stage of the microscope of the instrument, and the oil that the sample is in it goes through a cooling and a heating phase, and as it's going through a cooling and a heating phase, it passes through what we refer to as a match point. So you can make that observation as the sample is running, and then when the sample is done running, it takes an average, and it calculates the refractive index of the sample through the calibration data of the instrument.
And what is an FTIR?
So an FTIR is a Fourier transform infrared spectrometer, and it is an analytical tool that we use to analyze certain types of samples. Essentially, a sample is exposed to infrared light, and your sample reacts in a certain way to it, and it produces a spectrum or a graph of peaks and valleys, and it is representative of your sample.
And how is that FTIR instrument, how is that used in this type of physical match analysis?
So actually, the FTIR was not used for physical match examination.
Now, you mentioned it a little bit earlier in your testimony. What is a polarized light microscope?
So a polarized light microscope it's a microscope that just has a couple of filters in it that we use to look at samples at a higher magnification and make observations of certain optical properties of samples.
And how are you utilizing that instrument in your analysis in the lab?
So it's used to examine various different types of samples, paint, fiber. We can also look at glass.
Now, do you document your work as you perform your analysis in the lab?
Yes, I do.
Now, Ms. Hanley, at some point were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
So I was given items for physical match comparison of some glass items, as well as some instrumental analysis of the glass. And I was also given items for some items of plastic for comparison.
Now, starting with glass pieces, do you recall what item numbers you analyzed pertaining to the glass pieces?
Yes, so I examined items 3-2, which was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. I was also given item 3-3, which was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges from the bumper of the vehicle. And then I was also given item 7-12, which were clear and glass pieces recovered from the road. And I was given also 7-14, which was a clear piece of glass recovered from the road.
And now if we could, Ms. Hanley, just break those down sort of one by one. So starting with item 3-2, what was provided to you in reference to a description of what that item was?
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges, and there was dirt debris on the exterior and interior of the cup.
Now, did you measure that item?
I did.
And what measurements did you obtain from that item, the drinking glass?
I just would need to refer to my report for measurements.
Okay, you can do that. You have your report right there. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the diameter of the bottom of the glass cup was 2 3/4 inches, and it measured approximately 2.5 inches in height.
You mentioned that there was debris on both the interior and exterior of the drinking glass. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-3, what was provided to you as a description of item 3-3?
Sure. So item 3-3 consisted of 5 pieces of clear glass, all with broken irregular edges.
And was there anything provided in the description of where those 5 pieces of broken glass were located?
Already said it. Like,
Yes, they were recovered from the bumper of a vehicle.
she said
And was there any identifying information provided to you as far as in reference to that vehicle?
The only other description of the item is the license plate of the vehicle.
What was the license plate that was provided?
So it was MA3GC684.
And did you measure each of those respective items?
Yes, I did.
Now, as far as before we get to the measurements, Ms. Hanley, when it comes to a lab item number, say 3-3, that has multiple pieces to it, how are each of those individual pieces then subsequently labeled?
So sometimes we'll subsequently label them with a lettering system.
And as far as these particular pieces contained within item 3-3, the pieces of glass from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle, how were they labeled?
So these were labeled A through E.
And with reference to the measurements, what measurements did you obtain from the pieces within item 3-3?
Sure. So I measured the largest and the smallest, and the largest measured approximately 7/8 of an inch by 5/16 of an inch, and the smallest measured approximately 3/16 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch.
Now, with reference to the drinking glass, you examined that microscopically, is that correct?
I did, yes.
And with reference to these items from item 3-3 from the bumper, you examined those microscopically as well, is that correct?
Correct.
And was there a particular piece from the pieces from the bumper that you did any additional examination of?
Yes, I did.
And what instruments did you use in which piece?
Sure. So there was one piece, I sampled a piece E that I had labeled as piece E. And I took a sample for examination under the polarized light microscope and a sample to analyze it instrumentally on the GRIM instrument.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-12, what was provided to you as a description for item 7-12?
Sure. So item 7-12, that consisted of 5 pieces of clear apparent plastic and 9 pieces of clear apparent glass with broken irregular edges.
Now, the 9 apparent pieces, well, let me ask you this first. As far as the description that you were provided, was there any description as far as where those items were recovered from?
Yes. Those items were recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
And is it your understanding they were recovered from the street or the roadway outside of that residence?
It just says recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Now, as far as the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass from item 7-12, were those similarly sub-labeled as the previous item 3-3?
Yes, I received those labeled with the lettering system. They were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
And with reference to those 9 pieces of glass, did you examine those microscopically as well?
I did, yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-14, what were you provided with as far as a description of that item 7-14?
So this item consisted of 1 piece of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And similarly, was there any description provided as to where that item was recovered from?
Yes, it was recovered from 34 Fairview Road as well.
And again, how many pieces were contained within that item, 7-14?
7-14 was just 1 piece of glass.
And did you measure that item as well?
That item, I do not have the measurement of. It was examined by a previous analyst within the unit, so that measurement was taken at that time.
And that other analyst would be Mix Valier, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as your examination of that item 7-14, what type of instruments did you use to examine 7-14?
So I sampled 7-14 to examine it under the polarized light microscope, as well as to analyze it instrumentally using the GRIM instrument.
Are you familiar with a term called a class characteristic?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Sure. So a class characteristic is when a material can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics.
And what is an individual characteristic?
An individual characteristic is when a material can be related to a single source, such as a physical match.
And so, what is the difference between a class characteristic versus an individual characteristic?
So class characteristic is that it can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics, versus the individual characteristic. It's more individualizing. It can be related to a single source, just in the case of like a physical match.
And what is a physical match?
So a physical match is if an item is broken and those pieces are compared to each other, and they're broken irregular edges fit back together, and they have a jigsaw fit, that would be considered a physical match.
Now, can you please explain to the jury the steps and the process that you undertook in your comparative analysis of items, specifically of glass, in this case?
Sure. So I first did a comparison of all of the glass pieces and the glass cup that were recovered from the road. So those were items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14. So I examined all of those to determine if there was a physical match between any of those items first. There were, I believe, 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that fit mechanically to the cup that was also recovered from the road, item 3-2. After I completed that examination, I then did a comparison to see if there was a physical match to some of the 2 of the glass pieces from the bumper. And there were 5 total from the bumper. 2 of them I used for physical match comparison. And there was no physical match comparison between those 2 pieces from the bumper, item 3-3, compared to the glass pieces and the cup that were recovered from the road. And then I sampled, as I had mentioned earlier, one of the pieces from the bumper to do further microscopic and analytical analysis on, and did a comparison with one of the pieces from the road.
Can I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please?
Let me show you. I put it in the thing. This is so boring, but I can give you a graphic. This is like one of those things, like this could have been an email. This could have been an email. Okay, look. So the base of the cup is the 3-2. That's the one that had, like, you can see, this is when Link held it up last year. It's the base of that cup. There were 2 pieces that she compared from the bumper, that did not match anything, didn't match the cup or anything else. There were a couple pieces that were like just tiny, so she couldn't do anything with those. She wasn't able to match or analyze them to anything. It was just super small. There was one piece on the bumper that was like consistent with the type of glass that Proctor found in the road, but she can't say it's a match or not. The piece that Proctor found in the road does not match the cup. The only pieces of glass that matched that drinking cup were 6 of the pieces that were also found in the yard. There were 3 pieces that were found in the yard that she said did not match the cup. So this is the quick and easy breakdown of all the boring stuff she's saying right now. Does that help? Taco Tuesday specials. The spreadsheet, man. It's how I keep everything organized. Ben says, please, Bev, just put us out of our misery. Please. Please. She's ready for her jumbo read-up. Me too. Me too. And now since I slept most of yesterday, now I have to work late tonight. Brandy's spreadsheet is the trial Bible. Yes. Yes. Like overly organized. Rock the sidebar. Rock the sidebar. I need to take another thing. I can feel my throat getting scratchy again. But yeah, all of that is basically, which, I mean, I know it's court. Like, you can't just go in there like, hey, look at this graphic. This, you know, I colored this in crayons for you. This helps. I wish they could. Was she in the first trial? Yes, she was. She testified day 20, I think, of the first trial. Let me see. I believe. Oh, and Lally asked, those were found in the road, right? No. They said last time those were in the yard. The one that was found in the road was the one Proctor had. What are your favorite, this is a good question. What are your favorite catchphrases from this trial? Correct. Correct is a good one. Robust.
So jurors, it's been a long day, so we're going to stop for the day. Ms. Hanley, I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow, but a little bit later in the day, and the victim of this person can tell you the time. All right, so folks, we're going to end for today. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know, and watch your social media use. Thank you. So Ms. Hanley, after the jury trials. Okay.
All rise to the court, please. Follow me.
Why is she coming in later?
Goodbye.
I have questions. Why is she coming in later? What are we going to be doing? Bev, we need answers. Bev's over it. She's over our mess.
All right, you don't need me for anything, right? We're all set?
We're all set. Thank you.
That is not correct. We should put that is not correct. C-R-E-K-T. Social lubricant.
It's like, can you put it on the whole day? Okay. Yeah.
You can leave those. Nothing they're gonna get from that.
I was like, all this talk about cups is too much. I'm ready for Taco Tuesday. Bev's ready to go into pocket state. She's ready for a robust margarita. Same girl, same. fix your failure. That was a good one. Yeah. Yeah. The jury was falling asleep. Here's our stats for the day. Our official stats. Witnesses 2. Sidebars 11. 54 objections. And sure by Burgess 44. And sure by Hanley 13 for a total of 57. I love this. I love this. I love our official stats at the end of the day. DeFitz has, yes, DeFitz has access to the spreadsheet. Anyone else here? Nothing they can get from that? No. Who said that? Is that what he said? What did he say? He said nothing they can get from that. Is that what he said? Oh, you know I'll go back and extract.
Thank you.
You can leave those. Nothing they're gonna get from that.
Oh, he said you can leave those. There's nothing they're going to get from that. From what, sir? Oh, I didn't realize I wasn't sharing my screen anymore with y'all. So I'm sitting here leaning forward trying to listen because somehow I think that makes me listen better. And y'all aren't even watching the screen. I mean, I guess you could be, but it was just me on there. It's okay. Fix that failure. What did Brennan say about you or your podcast? He quoted my podcast. He quoted the interview that I did with Dr. Kinsey. And he used it as a way to be mean to Dr. Russell. And I was like, excuse me, sir, that is not what 13 Juror Podcast is about, bruh. And he quoted part where Dr. Kinsey is saying, like, so about how, like, to him, it didn't, why something didn't look like a dog scratch or dog bite or whatever it was he was saying at the time. And he quoted that part. And I'm like, okay, you're going to quote Dr. Kinsey on that? Okay, then let's play the whole thing, bro. Because after that, he said he doesn't think it's a taillight. So I was like, if you're going to quote my podcast, don't take one piece out of context and try to use it to be mean to an expert. And also, once I found out he, you know, listened to my podcast, the snark got real. I'm not saying he listens to it every time, but just in case he does, I make sure to be very clear about what I think about him. All right, so that is I wonder what Dr. Kinsey would say now. Dr. Kinsey says, I've texted him about the stuff going on with it, you know, and I love Dr. Kinsey so much. I texted him about stuff going on with it, and he's like, yeah, he's like, I want to stay as far away from that case as I possibly can. So I was like, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I love me some Dr. Kinsey. Love him so much. So, so much. He's the best. All right, y'all. That is it for the day. We are getting out of here a little bit early. So I might take a short little walk on the beach, get some fresh air, and then come back in and start working on the podcast. Oh, yeah. What are we saying that happened to Will? What did we have so far? Yeah, that's right. We got to give him a new, cooler story. What did we have earlier? We said that he was doing a pirouette over a fence. He was doing a robust pirouette over a fence, and then the fence had a variance and a fence drift, so he missed, and then Jen McCabe saw him and got mad and hit him with her stale backseat bread. That's what we have so far. That's our... Off to get some chicken rollers. Yes. Yes. Tripped over all of Shanon Burgess CV. It's the backseat bread for me, like the stale backseat bread. Who, if anyone, has ever been hit with stale backseat bread? Actually, I'll tell you, Mama, I know you're watching because my mom watches me every day. I'm about to tell on you, Mama. And Nanny, if you're watching, Nanny's my mama's mama. Nanny, if you're watching, it doesn't matter how old she is. It's never too late to ground her. My mom, when I was younger, I had just gotten braces and I was in the kitchen. Okay, I've always been a little snarky. This is not breaking news. We know this. I may have also been snarky at that point in my life. My mama just texted me and said, no, I am. I'm telling on you. I was in the kitchen and my mom was in there, and I have a smart mouth on me. I'm sure I said something, whatever. And so, you know how like the loaves of bread have like the twist thing on the end, and then that part that sticks off? She grabbed that part and like went bam and like hit me in the face with a loaf of bread, but it was frozen. It was frozen. They had just gotten this bread out of the freezer, and it was sitting on the counter. So it's supposed to be just whacking me in the face with a loaf of bread, and it was frozen bread. And I just gotten, isn't that when I think that's when I just got my braces too. So like my mouth was so sore. Oh my gosh. A frozen bread slap, which is, I can guarantee you, worse than stale backseat bread to the face. I got wheat whacked. You win comment of the day, wheat whacked. That's hilarious. Wheat whacked. My mom was a wheat whacker. She just texted me too. She said statute of limitations was only 2 years, so let it go. Oh, my mama the wheat whacker. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. You see that, Mama? You got a new nickname. How my mama gonna tell me to let it go? Whatever. You see what I have to do, y'all. You see what I have to deal with. You've never been whacked until you've been wheat whacked. That is hilarious. Let it go. Let it go. I'm glad we're getting a long weekend this weekend because I think we've all lost it. I think we've all lost it. Would you quarrel with that? Would you quarrel with that? That's hilarious. Y'all crack me up. This is the best chat in the whole entire world. So funny. All right, y'all. I will get the recap. Yeah, when court is over, we lose it. We really do. It's we're right on the brink of losing it all day, every day. But by the end of the day, it's gone. It's gone. So funny. All right, y'all. I will see you bright and early. I guess bright and early tomorrow. He said that she's not going to come till later. I don't know of us coming later because she said that. I know we have a half day tomorrow. Week whacker. I don't see anything else about. Making sure if I find anything out. Because I know we got a half day Thursday and we got no court on Friday. But I don't know why she told him to come in later tomorrow, or told Hanley to come in later tomorrow. So I don't know if we find anything out. No, not tomorrow. Did I say tomorrow? Not tomorrow. She told Hanley to come in later tomorrow, but we have a half day on Thursday and then no court on Friday. I may have mixed that up when I said it. So I'm not sure why she's coming in later tomorrow. We'll see. All right, y'all. It may be because attorneys have, yes, tomorrow's a full day. As far as I know, unless she's changed it, but unless maybe attorneys have something else that they have to go over and that's why she wants her to come in later, I'm not sure. So if I find anything out, I'll let you know. Otherwise, we'll just plan on being here at 9 in the morning. We got tomorrow, and then we've got Brennan is trending on Twitter. That's so funny. All right, I will see y'all tomorrow. Thank you all for hanging out. If you have not hit the like button, please do so on your way out. And me and Lucy Girl will see you bright and early in the morning, 9 a.m. I love all of y'all. Thank you so much. I will see you soon.